know, just you watch. And to fade. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made.
This is how legends are made. It's season 3. It's the finals. We had a great qualifiers last week. We are joined by Gormy again. How are you, mate?
Doing well. How are you?
Yep. We have Bullions on, my co-host again. How are you?
It's finals day, baby. Let's go. Let's have a good time.
We've got our new member of the team after a very good impression last week, the Don Gaming.
Good to be back. Thanks for having me, guys.
And we've got across from the pond. He's decided to join the better team for the night from FMTM, and we've got Bragster. Welcome, mate.
Word up.
Went up
If you
to
were
your
commentating yesterday, I might not have bottled it, mate.
So, he's normally on the other side of the competition in a lobster suit, no, in a whoopee cushion suit. But tonight he's retired to come on here.
He joined the dark side of the force.
I haven't retired. I've just taken annual leave.
We provided you with cookies.
So we've got a few things to show you first. First thing we are going to show you is the rounds. So, and then we will show you the rules and the players we've picked as our first pick, bargain pick, and avoid. So we'll go over to a video of Bullions.
And this is the randomizer for our draft order tonight in the Road to Legends final. So obviously we're going to start with whichever number pick you will be, followed by the random names. And
so first up we have number 6.
so we have number 6.
Who's it going to be?
So we'll remove that.
Well, you already know that.
Number 6 in the
Of
draft
course.
order.
But do you?
It's a wild card.
Wild card. Who is riding, who I believe is the
FMTM champion.
top manager champion. He's number 6, so I'm just going to quickly jot that down.
I've no idea why it was showing my notepad, I'll be honest, guys, but
Wild card.
It's all good.
It looks like you're on screen capture rather than window capture, to be honest.
So again, we will spin. See which number we will have.
number 3 is a decent number to have, to be fair.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Number to have.
I actually think in this pool, getting one of those sort of like top 3 or 4 picks is huge.
Yeah, you get to set
Yeah.
the pace.
Roy.
And
Good old Roy, the dark horse.
Roy in a perfect spot there. I think number 3 definitely better to be higher, I would say, than further on. Number 3 is Roy. And we spin again. And we have number 8. Oh. So who will
Hard
last?
place to be.
Who will pick last?
It's our champion, Lewitt Gaming.
Obviously, it will be Snake, so you do get a double pick, but
Yeah. I honestly prefer being in that position to get back-to-back
in the
picks.
draft order.
I
don't
just
know.
feel
It
it's
depends.
kinda,
I suppose it depends what
ideal.
pool. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Double pick on
5
this pool would
spots
be quite
remaining.
good.
And number 1 and 2 are still there. And it looks like it's number 4. So who will follow Roy in the draft order? Let's find out.
It is.
Gotta love a Will. Gotta love a Will. And it's the
Ashboy.
qualification.
Ashboy.
Ashboy.
Very strong performance in the qualifiers from Ashboy
Last
as well.
week smashed it, yeah.
Very
They did
good
really well.
performance.
And
Two
fourth isn't
two
too
people in the
bad.
finals who've never been in ranked competition before, and they knocked out some massive names. Badgie.
it was good to see his excitement on his face
Jack.
as well.
Yeah, it was amazing.
yeah.
The pure elation and joy coming from him was wonderful to see.
Yeah. The thing that I was actually quite shocked by that because up until that elation sort of came out, he just looked so cool and composed.
Number 7.
Yeah.
Like there was obviously a lot of nerves underneath the skin there that he just wasn't showing out.
Is it? Oh.
It's Tom
It
FM,
is
our
Tom.
first member
Tom
of
FM,
the
next
showdown, and he's on Road to Legend. What a cool, massive shout out to Tom
Jono's
FM.
got to get that in all the time.
Obviously,
He loves
guys,
it.
will be Snake.
We
That's
are
John
free
just
to
trying to get his
go.
invite to the showdown, isn't it? If I mention it enough, Benji will pop in to wonder if he needs to do a copyright strike.
What have we got?
Tom FM's actually a
big
commentator as well for Lincoln
Yeah.
City.
We will remove that. Fox in the box. Not so.
There's a few people in the FM community that I believe do commentary for their clubs.
Mm-hmm.
It's Foxy,
And it's Foxy.
our second
So-
member
Foxy
of the
has
showdown.
first spot.
Foxy looking to improve on his, I suppose, horrible performance really in the
Yeah, that was
FMTM.
shocker.
Who's gonna win the draft?
But with first pick,
Do say so in the comments.
gives him
If you
the
can-
ultimate advantage.
And if he can find some of the form that he's shown in the past,
2 and 5 remain.
he's always going to be a threat. I don't think you can look too much into
Well,
that. I
I
think
was
you'll scrutinise that
playing in his
performance.
draft derbies. I played in his draft derby on Friday, and he won.
So
I
Magnussen,
believe
I'm not
played
so
really
sure.
well. So he definitely can win.
Yes. So Magnussen.
And it goes to
Up
Magnussen,
next.
number 2.
And obviously, you know who number 5 is, but rules of the wheel do dictate that you must spin the wheel
Obviously,
to finish the wheel.
who number 5 is, but we will spin to complete both.
It's not a secret who it is.
No, it is no secret that I also know this beforehand.
Number 5. It's obviously not so secret.
I will just double check my list just to make sure it's right.
So there you go, guys.
guys,
Thanks for
not-
putting that together, Bullions. And we are now going to go over to our picks. So let's get that ready. So here we are. So we'll start with the rules. So Bullions, did you want to read out the rules for this season? One sec.
Sure.
Here we are. Here are the rules. Over to Bullions.
So obviously the draft pool consists of North America and South American nationalities, with the budget being 300 million. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds for each pick. A roster limit of 18. There is a mistake here because it's not knockouts. It is a group and then
Yeah.
knockouts. So you will
All
play
right.
one game each in the groups, and then the semi-final will be 2 legs. Final will be
Yeah.
1 leg. The match speeds need to be on key highlights and 2 ticks up on the speed. Please don't skip replays because we need to use them. And obviously, the winner will be back next season
Yes.
for season 4. And those are the rules.
Yeah.
Good luck to everyone involved as well.
Yeah.
Have fun.
So we're quickly going to go through. We've got about 5 minutes before the draft, so we're going to quickly go through our picks. Same as last week, we've all picked a bargain pick, a first pick, and a Where's it gone? What's that? Here it is. So we'll start with Dom. Did you want to go through your value pick, first pick, and a void for this database?
Yeah, I will. I'll just quickly answer Mulch in the chat as well. We have 8 competitors tonight, Mulch. Really strong lineup, buddy. And welcome in as well, pal. So my value pick, I've gone with the left back, Alex Telles. I think, he's what, £4 million, give or take, something like that.
Got a move to Sevilla today on loan.
Yeah, and that'll be a good move for him as well, I think. I should have written down the prices of these players, to be honest with you, so I could remember them. I did do my homework, honestly, guys. But Telles, for me, this pool isn't blessed with top blistering left backs. Telles is a solid even in a world pool. He provides the set pieces. He's cheap. He's cheerful. He does the job that you need to do, and he's not costing you an arm and a leg. And for me, that just makes him a value pick.
Yes. And what about your first pick?
My first pick kind of follows on the basis of I know I'm picking Telles at some point. Yeah. Gabriel is one of the few guys in this pool that provide an aerial presence. Again, this pool isn't based with that aerial presence. So if I'm going to take Telles and have those set pieces, I want somebody to be able to get on the end of them and stick the headers in the back of the net. Gabriel's probably one of the few centre backs that are really going to have that dominance. And he's not bad all round. And again, he's 25 million. He's not costing a huge amount. It's maybe a bit of a risk as a first pick because there'll be other big names that will go, but I still think it's like picking Kurt Zuma first round in, other draft pools. This is your Kurt Zuma for me. And you want me just to go straight to avoid?
Yeah.
So Thiago Silva, I think for 50 million to have no physicals on a centre back for me is just a no-go. I'm not saying he's a bad centre back. I just think £50 million for a very weak physical centre back isn't too much. If he was around 20 million, I'd have said it'd been a decent pick. But he needs to be one of your star men in this pool, and I don't think, just looking at a couple of your value picks here, if you stick him up against a Pulisic, Pulisic is going to run him ragged.
Yeah. And thanks for that. We will move on we need to get into the draft in a minute. So I'll quickly rush through mine and then we'll pick through the others. So my value pick is Brenner, the striker from MLS. A very good player, very good on FM, as we all know. He's only 3 million on the draft, I believe. Bargain, he'll get you goals and you can't go wrong with that price. And I love him on game. My first pick is Martinez, the keeper from Villa. Very good keeper. I don't think there's a massive amount of good goalkeepers on this database, but I think he's a good first pick. And my void is Lionel Messi. We've only got 300 million, and it's a lot of money to spend all your money on Messi at once. I'm not saying he's a bad player at all. Over to Gourmet.
My value pick is Christian Pulisic. I mean, he's cheap. He's pacey. He never lets me down in drafts. So I guarantee you whoever gets him is going to have a very important player in their side in him. My first pick is Marquinhos. I think he is pacey. He's a good playmaker. He also, besides playing center back, can also play center defensive mid. So you have a little bit of versatility there. And I mean, all around, he's a pretty solid player. Then my void pick is the goalkeeper, Alisson, because I just don't think that you should be paying just an arm and a leg to get a goalkeeper. It's kind of like Lionel Messi. You have a certain amount to spend, and Alisson, I don't think, is worth the money.
So, over next to Bragster. Did you want to go through your value pick, your first pick, and your avoid for me, please?
Yeah, no worries. So Alex Telles would be my value pick. Very similar to the Don. He is just a very versatile left back. He can do the defending side. He can do the attacking side. He's great at set pieces, which I think are very, very valuable on the game, especially in draft mode. If you know how to do your set pieces, you are going to do very, very well. Alex Telles is the perfect pick for 4.3 million. It's just absolutely, it's a bargain. It's an absolute bargain. Yeah. For my first pick, I would go with Paulo Dybala. Now, I've always been under the belief you have a good striker up front, And you could kind of get away with a couple of playmakers maybe not being up to scratch because they will just put the ball in the back of the net no matter what they're given. Paulo Dybala is definitely that. He's got great stats left, right, and centre for a striker, and he can play a multitude of roles. And for me, Paulo Dybala is just great. He fits every single role and is not too expensive either, so doesn't deplete your budget too much. For me, the avoid is Oscar. Now, it's very similar to what I think to what the Don said again, is Oscar is not the worst player on the game, but he's worth over 50 million, right? Yeah. And there is no standout attributes anywhere for him, apart from his mentals possibly. But I'm not going to lie, you're not looking at your mentals in a draft game. That's not really where you put in all your money. You're putting your money for the technicals and the physicals a lot more, I feel like. And Oscar's just not got any standout attributes. And I feel like for anyone worth over 50 million, you need something stand out about you to make you different to every other draft pick. And you can pick up cheaper people that have similar attributes to Oscar. So that's why I'd avoid him.
Yeah, just in lieu in chat, we're just going to do the last value pick, first pick and avoid of Billions, and then we'll go right into the draft. So over to you, Billions.
Well, obviously, value pick, same as Gourmet, Pulisic, 15 million. His stats are incredibly good for someone of that value on the game. Diaz is my first pick. If you're like me and you like using like the left-sided players, he's very, very good on that side, and his stats are incredible. And just obviously avoid picking the most aggressive man on Football Manager. Like, period. He'll get sent off. Don't pick him. Don't pick him.
Couldn't have put that better myself. So we are ready, guys. So we're going to go over. We'll start on Foxy's screen as he's here already. So we are ready when you guys are to start this draft.
I've just let the competitors know as well in their chat.
Thank you. Foxy, you are on the live show. Give us a wave if you're watching.
Do you know what I'm just quite disturbed about? Is that for whatever reason I'm not following Foxy. This is quite a disturbing revelation.
I love the background. I love that he's got Fox as well. This is perfect.
Oh no, it says I am. But he's not showing on my list. That's mental.
If we are.
It looks like we are going though. They're in their shortlisted phase now.
Cool.
So they'll be away shortlisting everybody they want. While they're doing that, I'm just going to propose a question to you guys. No sitting on the fence. Who's winning this?
I'm going for Tom FM's Team of Toms.
He's already looking at players named Tom.
I did that earlier. I opened the database and just typed in Tom.
I'm not sure who really is going to have the decisive edge. I think we'll have a better picture, obviously, once the teams are drafted. But, I mean, based off of rankings, you got to say Magnus Sam's going to be in there for sure.
He's definitely up there, yeah. It's definitely the strongest draft pool, draft managers we've ever had. So happy to have him on. We've got champions coming off all the champions on. We've got 2 showdowns. We've got someone who's doing a massive amount of draft work in the draft community at the moment, not so secret, promoting all the drafts. Massive shout out all the work he's done this week on that as well. So,
Dragstar.
Yeah, for me, it's between. I will give you a definitive answer, Don. Don't you worry. I just want to say the 2 that are in my head: Magnus Sam and Tom FM. For me, I feel like they're at either ends of the snaking draft as well. So they're going to get 2 picks very close together. They're not quite got the double picks, but they've got 2 picks very close together, and they're both very experienced drafters. I'm going to stick with my guns. I said Tom before. to like people off camera, I said Tom was going to do it. I'm going to stick with Tom for now. Whether after the draft I decide to change my mind, but I'm going to stick with Tom for now. I'm going to put all my faith in Tom FM, which I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'm going to do it.
Okay, fair enough.
Brilliant. I'll let you go first before I answer my own question, pal.
A lot of these are like Magnus Sam's very, very good at drafting. He's won a few things. I've not really seen much of Riley, but I know he's current champion of FMTM. Roy's really good. Like I said, I've seen him win drafts. He's won the most Club Shop Cups, obviously, which is a little draft he does with Sweet Leopard's community. Tom, obviously, Showdown, very good. And Foxy, Foxy's got something to prove. I think it's out of Roy or Foxy, to be fair. But I will stick with Roy. I will back Roy.
I think for me, I was between Fox and Roy going into this, and kind of the form that Fox showed the other day has kind of put me off that a little bit. But also the form that Ash showed in the qualifier last week has really impressed me. So I'm now between Ash and Roy. I think I'm going to go. I'm going to go and back Ash, our qualifier champion. I think he looks so composed. I know he's probably got a bit of nerves underneath the skin today, but I genuinely think there's something there that I feel something special happening there. I think we've got about a couple of minutes left of this short list.
Yeah, I think we've got about a minute. It says on my screen. I don't know if we're on my head. Yeah, about a minute.
I'm trying to flick between people to someone that's actually got a timer. There we go, 30 seconds.
I'm just looking at Roy's at the moment.
Yeah. A few people didn't have time. I assume they've just pressed the continue button and then the timer's gone. Yep, no worries.
One area of this draft pool that's going to be very interesting is the goalkeepers.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I feel like we were saying that with the last draft pool as well. Like we were all wondering, all right, who's going to take that goalkeeper that could potentially win them this thing? I think the one goalkeeper that is going to be highly underrated is Muslera from Uruguay. I think that dude is pretty solid. He's been solid in reality his entire career. And I think that's a goalkeeper that you could definitely get between the sticks that could win you some games.
Right, so the time is up. Fox in a Box is going to make his first pick. Who do you think is going to go first?
Not a clue. Genuinely not a clue. I feel like with this draft pool, you can kind of end up going for anyone.
I honestly wouldn't pick Neymar. Like, don't pick Neymar. Maybe I should avoid his Neymar. No,
I almost did.
Neymar
never works for me. I thought Messi was a bit too predictable, but I'm glad someone said avoid in the list.
Yeah, I thought with Neymar, I just assumed one of you guys would take Neymar as your avoid, to be honest, because Neymar in draft. Like, when you talk about like Mbappe, it's someone I drafted yesterday as well. You either get really good Mbappe or really bad Mbappe. I have never seen a good draft Neymar, ever.
Yeah, no, I've not once have I seen Neymar play well.
I had him as my avoid, but then I changed it to Allison, and I was like, yeah, I wouldn't spend $57 million.
The time's still ticking down. I want...
He's gone for Nunes in the end.
Oh, yep. Darwin Nunes.
Magnus Sam's gone for Zapata as well, I think, judging from what I've been able to see so far.
Oh, wow, that's a pick and a half it, by the way, from Ash.
Yeah.
Ash is going early with his keeper with Sergio Romero. I think I'm slightly ahead of the stream here, though, in saying that. Yeah. I think that's a very good pick as well. Like, as Gormy was saying, picking goalkeepers. I mean, I think Romero like 400k on FM21, which, he's sitting here at 9 million now, but it just shows you how good a deal he was last year. But again, I think he's probably still is one of the best keepers in this pool. I think that's a very solid first pick from Ash.
Definitely, yeah.
Lockers in the chat has asked who's going to win the Bragster Award for Best Meltdown this season.
That'll be Bragster again.
no one
Probably
can.
I think Bragg still, yeah, I think Bragg
No
still
one can-
outdo himself by having a meltdown live on comms.
Yeah, Bragster's got to deal. The problem is Bragster's got to deal with me for 4 hours, and I don't think he's capable of that.
Have you got your
Riley
whipping
picked
cushion today, Radster?
Martinez.
No.
Tom FM
Professional
picked
today.
next. Who does Tom FM pick first for his first player in this draft?
He's been looking at Vinicius Junior for a little
Yeah.
bit on
Martinez
the
is a
stream
good
that
pick.
I'm watching.
He also took a peek at Marquinhos.
I think he's a bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I see a little bit in Tom not really knowing who to go for. He nearly went for Raul Jimenez, who's already gone to Not So Secret. So I think he's stuck between multiple players. Doesn't really know where to go here.
He also took a peek at Paulo Dybala, but he's going with Vinny Jr. So-
I mean, Vinny Jr. is not bad. Personally, obviously,
Yeah.
I would have gone for Dybala, but Jr. is not a bad shout at all.
Vinny Jr. has just gone to Tom.
Mhm.
Um,
And then Lewitt's got back to back.
Talking just when you were looking at Foxy there, I was just looking at a few of the players he was looking at there. 30 million for Gabriel Jesus. Now I'm not a huge Gabriel Jesus fan, but just seeing his stat spread for 30 million, he could be one of the best picks in this pool.
Yeah, I agree.
I think having him and Christian Pulisic with another winger, if you're playing a 4-3-3, it would be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Lewis just picked up Brenner, Jono's
Come on.
bargain pick for
Very
3
good pick.
Brenner, first pick is interesting for Lewis.
First
For
pick is
$3 million.
the 3 million guy. I don't.
He is
He's
good.
got a double pick, I suppose.
Brenner is good.
But if
But
he starts spending 3 million now, I'm not going to be happy.
I still don't know if I'm taking my bargain £3 million striker in the first round of picks.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
do
I
that.
wouldn't.
You've
do
still
that at all.
got Luis Diaz sitting there. You've still got
Yeah, I would have picked him
Gabriel
first. Great pick.
Jesus. You know,
He
you've got
picked
all those
Gabriel.
guys.
Gabriel.
No,
He
you've
picked
still got
Gabriel.
Angel Correa as well. Did he say he's picked Gabriel?
Yeah.
He took
Right.
Brenner and
I'd
Gabriel.
be expecting Luet to be going for a set piece then, because Gabriel's very much the defender you get if you're playing if you've got a good set piece routine. I played Luet a few times and I don't remember too much in the way of set pieces against him, but I know he didn't concede many against me, so you know he's good at defensive with them at least anyway.
Tom going for Valverde, very good pick.
Yeah.
Do like
Yeah,
that
that's
pick.
nice from Tom. I like that.
Yeah, I like that pick too. I'm just going to move my mic so I
Only
can actually
bad
read.
thing about taking Vinny Jr. and then Valverde is that that's almost £100 million gone in 2 players.
Yeah.
I don't
I mean,
mind.
I
that
would
though.
say I done it yesterday on more, and it was a very similar budget, 300 mil budget in the draft yesterday, if I'm right in remembering billions. I spent about 200 million on my first 4 picks.
Yeah, same. I was on like 6 million more than you when they were saying on comms that how's Don gonna make this money through? Like how's he gonna make it last? And I'm just looking at him going, I mapped out my exact spend about an hour before the draft and got every player apart from Immobile. That's how you win drafts.
Yeah.
Let's not discuss how you win drafts with me billions right now. 'Cause I can get to the line. I just can't get over it right now. But
It's right. It's like I said on Twitter, though. You've won the
Right.
more important one.
I had a heartbreak, obviously, for Mulch because like Mulch did deserve the win, and somehow I managed to fluke it. But do you know what my highlight was of yesterday? Was going into the FMTM chat after the raid and seeing Grimmy's little face. Who'd come to celebrate Mulch. It's Mulch's victory, only for Benzema to ruin it in 94 minutes. Love you, Benzema.
yeah, I was just kind of using that as an example. You know, even though it gets scary when you go fly through your money with the first few picks, but if you've got a plan and you've got people that you know that you can pick at, 10, 15 million pounds, and even players at £3-4 million, which I think there's a fair few in this pool at that sort of £4 or £5 million range that are very, very viable, then
I think that's what you want,
don't
though,
think
don't
you
you?
need to stress too much.
You want other people to think you're stressing. Like, having us spent so much money quickly and everyone else having quite a bit, and then the comms saying, oh, are they going to do this? Or how are they going to cope with this? That makes you then think like when you're literally just calm, chilling. The only time I wasn't calm was when the 4th goal went in and that Don scored against me.
That's
You
but
weren't
you- as
counting
you
when
say,
the
you
fourth
always
goal went
lose.
in rather than the sixth.
And I was less than calm when the sixth came in. Jeez.
I'm just trying to see. Did anyone catch who Ash's second pick was? Because he's only
I did
spent
not.
20. He's only spent 21 million with his first two picks.
I missed it, but Magna Sam
Um,
has just picked Richarlison for 15 million.
That's a great pick as well. But I know that he picked Romero, so we're looking again about that 10, 11 million pound
So
mark.
Foxy
from
has got a double pick, by the way,
Ash.
guys.
Mm-hmm. He's currently looking big time into Eric Pogger.
Yeah.
I think Ash I think took like a right back. I didn't recognize the name of the right back, but he seemed to have taken a right back by the looks of it. I can't remember. I genuinely had never heard of the bloke, so I don't really have much insight into him. Because there are some members of this draft pool that obviously play in nations that I don't really watch as
Yeah,
much.
same.
Foxy does.
I know
pick
quite a
Pogba.
few like South Americans.
One
love
thing
South
just
American
watching
drafts.
Foxy there is he has his, your sort of your green colour. He's got that as low as 14 now. I'm assuming that's to do with like personal saves, and 14 will obviously be good for whatever league he's playing in just now. But I think that's a bit of a misconception. Like I always have that set to 16 plus when I'm doing drafts because that's the numbers that, as actually you were saying before with Oscar, you're wanting to flag those big numbers. I think once you get to 14s, like I was looking at that guy that he's picked, and I'm like, this guy looks absolutely amazing. I'm like, I'm getting closer and closer to the screen to try and see this stat.
I like Fox's
14s.
team already.
Yeah, I'm not saying the guy's a bad player, but he
Roy's
looks
picked
so
Bremer.
much better.
So centre back Bremer goes to Roy.
Oh,
Fox has Nunez, Pogger, and Renan Lodi. That is three very solid
But it's
players
Ash
to build
Boy's
around.
pick now.
Ash is looking at another defender, so he'll have at the end of this 2 centre backs and a right back. He's definitely building his defense. He's got a clear defense in mind, maybe thinking that the defense is a bit weaker in places, and he's going right. I'm going to put all my focus
He
in this
has
defense.
just picked Romario for 28.8 million.
Defense wins championships as well, so build it early.
Yes, of course. You look for defense. A lot of these players will
Qualifying
be
champion
very
here.
attacking. So
Because last week he had it was Ashboy who had Mbemba and Eric Bailly, wasn't it? For his center backs? I'm pretty sure it was.
I wanna
And
say it was, yeah.
Don was saying like those two players are probably like pretty highly underrated. So don't be surprised if Ashboy has a pretty solid defense.
yeah, I agree. I think last week he knew what he was building towards. He knew kind of what kind of player you need to get. I know a lot of people say that comes with drafting experience that I don't think Ash necessarily has. But you can still pick that if he's using this tactic day in day out in his saves. He knows what players are working on those tactics. If he's played that tactic over multiple saves or multiple seasons, when he's had to replace players or whatever. He definitely was looking at Bremer because I was watching
another
him doing
centre
that.
back's gone, by the way. I've just missed it, but not so secret.
Militao.
I just picked another
Militao, yeah.
centre back.
Yeah.
And Luis Diaz, my
yeah,
first
Luis
choice is
Diaz
gone.
just went.
Yeah.
Wild card, Riley there. Good choice. 52 million is a bit hefty, but his stats are very, very good.
The one thing I'm just watching with Ash here is he doesn't seem to be phased any way, shape, or form by the value. He's very much looking at what the players are offering him.
Jesus to Tom FM.
Tom's
Ooh,
been smart
good
here.
pick.
Like just watching the way he drafts, he doesn't actually use the filters all that often. He very much seems to have a clear set of players in his mind, and he's actually looking through the original list and is watching where other players are picking up their picks from and what prices they're sort of going for. And he's mapping that out to then know where his draft picks are going to come from. So he's seen a few attacking players, a few defensive players have gone, and a couple of attacking here and there. So he's gone full blown, right, okay, I need my striker now.
Lewis just picked Edison, by the way, for 37 million.
For Ederson and Allison to have that big of a price difference is kind of crazy. because I put them almost on the same level. Obviously, Allison is a tiny bit better, but
I think
I mean,
for me,
having a 20 million pound gap there, that's kind of massive.
I've not used either of them in drafts, so I'm not going to try and sit here and say I like this and that about each one of them. But certainly the times that I've used Ederson and Allison in like, you know, single player or other sort of, you know, friendly competitions where there's no real budget kind of thing,
Yeah.
I find Allison is almost the perfect sweeper keeper.
Yeah, I prefer Allison.
You know, sorry, Ederson. You know, Ederson with the ball is better than most ball playing centre backs.
Mm-hmm.
I think Allison's slightly the better shot stopper.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're someone that's looking at ball out the back, Ederson's not going to make some of those. Granted, it's FM. Goalkeepers make stupid mistakes, regardless of who they are. But I think Ederson makes slightly less of them compared to almost any other keeper in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go get
And when
mine
you-
is.
Anytime I'm testing tactics, and I happen to do one with Man City, Ederson, his stats are always absolutely phenomenal, and he chips in assist-wise, which you don't really see goalkeepers do too often, and that's where it backs up you saying he's a pretty solid sweeper keeper. Because I mean, the only other sweeper keeper that could help your team make plays to where you can score is Neuer. That's the only other one that I could see doing that.
And doing it consistently, I think, is the main thing. You know, typically you'll see in your save, you know, we play 30, 40, 50 games a season, you'll see your goalkeeper maybe pops up with 1 or 2 assists.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the right system, Ederson or Neuer could pop in with 10 plus.
that would be crazy to see.
I genuinely think, see that 5-2-3 that I switch to sometimes in games,
Mm-hmm.
where it's just, and it's when I'm chasing a game, so it's just literally launch the ball as far as you can. They pass it to one of those two, and they've got the length to get up to that target forward or over the top. That I don't think a lot of other goalkeepers have that range or the vision to do it.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you'll get a bit of luck where they just ping it and it's just a hoofball that's a clearance. I genuinely think these guys actually mean it because it's much more composed the way they do it.
Yeah.
Ash Boys just picked Lizardo Martinez, 4.5 million. Can I just say we're in round 4 and I have lost count of how many centre backs have already gone.
Yeah, I think Ash was looking at that because he was looking at Martinez for a good while. As I said, he seems very composed in who he's picking. I know he missed out on Bremer.
Right now, I'm just watching what Roy's doing.
If Magnus Sam takes Emi Buendia, that will make my day.
He's
I
going
like Emi
for
Buendia.
I love Emi Buendia.
Bruno
I love Wingdo as well.
Moreris, I think that is.
Is he? I think he is.
Buendia.
Emi Buendia.
Gone for Magnus Sam. That's good. 18 million is very good for Buendia.
Yeah, Buendia
very
is
good.
absolutely phenomenal.
Sure, he was a lot more last year, wasn't he? He was like, I think he was like 35, wasn't he? I want to say he was more last year.
I'm looking at Roy, and I forget that left backs for 12.75 million. He's really cheap, but he just seems to always get booked and send off. Is Tagliafico? He's an Argentinian left back. He's very good. but
I
he's
absolutely
so
love
aggressive.
him.
He's so
I love
aggressive.
that dude. He's going to. He signed with Olympic Lyon in reality, and they have that young kid Malo Gusto there, who is I think could be the next Tagliafico, but the French version, obviously.
Fox
could
has
have-
picked Fagner. He's right back there, or full back, should say. 28.9
Him and
million.
him and his chat were talking about that big time. Like that was one of the first names that he brought up. Like, all right, I kind of want to get him in.
Tellers is being looked at here.
Yeah.
Surprised Telles hasn't gone sooner, to be fair. But
Yeah, I'm really surprised. There's not a huge amount of left backs in this pool. And when you're looking at one that can provide set pieces, I know set pieces aren't on everyone's mind, but it's a very useful tool to have in your arsenal.
Has anyone
Yeah.
taken Alphonso Davies? Speaking of left backs,
He's 51 million, which I think at this budget level is a bit of a risk on your left back.
That's
That
good.
said-
The new striker for Man City, the Argentinian dude.
Julian Alvarez.
Yeah,
Magna
Alvarez.
has
That's a great
indeed.
pick.
Has anyone seen what Straight Edge says? Because I'll repeat it for you. He says, I can see the face of base, my host, a bottler, a potential winner, and Jono.
I
Thanks,
replaced
mate.
my bottle. I've replaced my bottle for today. So
I can
And I don't-
confirm, guys, that is his piss bottle.
folks, I made a drink out of that on stream, you know. But hey, we all have our kinks, mate. We all have our kinks.
Anyway, guys, what do we
Jesus.
what do we think of the shirt? I've got like Road to Legends branding. We're going professional now. I've got like proper
Does
branding.
everyone like my top half minus the hat Undertaker impression from the 80s? Got the black shirt.
They're quite good. I might get some
tie.
podcast. I might get some podcast ones done as well.
Why not?
I think we should all get Road to Legends jumpers.
Jump- Get kits made.
Hat.
A hat.
I might get FMFO a new
I
hat
don't
for
wear
the
hats.
podcast.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but since I stopped streaming drafts with my hat, I've been winning. So no more hat.
Yeah, I might get FMFO a new hat. He just wears hats every time, so I might just get him a podcast
Yeah, he
hat.
does love it. He does.
Yeah, I've never seen his hair.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually
I've
got.
never-
They
I
haven't
actually
got
just
any
think it's a
hats, that's why.
void. Is it a void? Like underneath his hat, it's just a void. That's it.
Straight Edge is the same. He just wears a hat the whole time.
Yeah,
like me with a
sometimes he
dressing
wears
gown.
a
I mean,
horrible t-shirt as well. Sometimes he wears really horrible clothes, like the Chelsea football shirt.
Yeah.
This is smart by Tom again. He's gone for Tagliafico. We mentioned the lack of left backs, and he had one in his arsenal. Probably saw that Tellez had gone, and was decided, do you know what? I'm not going to risk it any longer. For me, that's smart drafting by Tom.
Again, my only fear
Yeah.
of Tagliafico is his aggression. He's very aggressive.
But
Depends
his,
on how
his
Tom plays.
playmaking ability, his all-around ability is absolutely unbelievable. But I was looking at Tom do his short list earlier, and he could end up having a very, very good side, especially being that he's down to 133 million pounds. He's going to have to kind of get some of those cheaper players pretty soon.
Leon
And
Bailey went
he
to-
has
by the way.
some very good options.
Oh, Tom, that is. Oh, Tom's going to win. Sorry, but he's just picked Ronald Araujo, who's one of my favorite centre backs in this game. Fair
Oh,
play.
this
very
striker.
good.
The striker.
I always
he's
forget
good.
about Arugio.
The striker that Sam's looking at now, he's good.
Like, that is like a pick for Tom. If Tom can get Araujo working, he's defensively solid. So, and he's 22 years
Yeah.
old. So imagine how much he's going to be next game.
Leon Bailey.
He'll
goes
be
to,
he'll
Lure.
be probably around the 40 million, 50 million pound mark.
Yeah,
I think. I don't think it'll be too big of a jump, but
No, I think it'll be about 50. Something of the on the lines of like a Marquinhos, who's I think 50 million
Yeah.
as well. At the moment, anyway. So obviously it's Riley's pick next. I actually need to go find Riley's stream.
if
so-
anyone is playing a 5 in the back today, they should definitely consider getting Keiki. He is a young Brazilian center back. He is 5'11", but he is the Brazilian version of Jules Koundé, and he is younger.
Ooh.
You're
Like
talking
he's
about
only
5'11" centre backs right now. Like,
yeah, dude.
like
And
when I
a
have a
three in the
when
back.
I have a filter for a centre back, 5'11" centre backs don't even show up for me.
Ash Boy's just picked
In a
Anthony, by
5
the
in the
way.
back, Keiki can do a job. That's all I'm saying. The dude is very, very solid.
Yeah.
Roy
To be
is
fair,
currently-
usually when I do a 5 at the back, I like my third centre back to be able to move into the DM just to give me a bit of tactical versatility. So,
Mhm.
you know, like an Emre Can, for example, or
Yeah.
Fabinho in this pool is actually probably the prime example of it. Can
Yeah.
do the DM, can fall back. So that's kind of what I'd be looking at for that third centre back if I was doing a 5 at the back.
Martinez
Um,
could work that. The guy's just signed for us. He could work in that system.
Yeah, I think Ash has already got him as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think Ash is likely to pick a 5 at the back. I think he's
So-
going to be very similar to what we've seen from him last week, I think.
Roy's just picked a goalkeeper, Rulli, 10 million.
Really
Oh, no,
is a
that's
solid
it.
goalkeeper as well.
Cordoba's 10 million. I apologise. That's Sam who's just picked Cordoba.
Anthony, what a pick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sam has
Ash
been
Boy
looking at
is
strikers for
lucky
a
building
while.
a solid team again.
Tell you what,
That's
just
a
looking at
good
this,
pick by Ash Boy.
just looking at this short list here that's on screen now. I wish I recognised all these faces because I'm so out of date with some of them. But Edson Alvarez, the Ajax at 4.5 million.
Yeah.
That is a steal. That is an absolute steal. He doesn't have the aerial presence that I would say I would normally look for, but on the ball, he is phenomenal. He's phenomenal in the tackle. He doesn't make a huge amount of defensive mistakes. 4.5 million. Whether that's your first choice centre back, I think he could genuinely be a first choice centre back for some people. For others, a very, very reliable backup.
That's a player, like you were saying, like in a 5 in the back, you kind of want that middle center back to kind of play defensive midfield. He's a player that can definitely do that.
Yeah.
Because of the
It
price,
gives you that tactical versatility. That's all. You know,
Mhm.
if you're losing a game, you want to push someone forward, and he's like, if you can push him forward and have him as a DLP or a halfback to, marshal a shadow striker or something, or one of those centre mids on attack,
Mhm.
that changes the way the opposition play and stuff as well, doesn't it? So
Absolutely.
What do you guys think of
Box in the Box
Louis-
has made 2 great picks, by the way. Lo Celso and Cavani back to back.
Yeah. What do you guys think of Luis Suarez at 66 million?
Absolutely
Avoid.
not.
Yeah, avoid. Get out.
Yeah.
you're getting Gabriel Jesus for 30 million. You're
Yeah.
getting physicals with Gabriel Jesus. You're not getting that with Suarez. Granted, I think Suarez will score more natural goals if you provide the service. But
I
Suarez
think
can't run him behind. anymore.
Cavani could do what Suarez does at half the price. So
Mm,
Yeah, I probably agree. At half the price, yeah, I agree. I would say I'd prefer Suarez to Cavani, but I'm not paying double the price for them. Not in a £300 million in a £500 million draft. I pay the extra. And a 300, I
Oh.
don't.
I would never pick Suarez at all.
I'd be afraid he would bite somebody.
Some of us are just hungry, mate.
Road to Legends does not give it that support biting. Just to make that put that out there.
Obviously, the biting of players, not like biting food and stuff. Like we do condone some form of biting, but
Alan gone for to not so secret there. Like, I don't know what it is about Alan. Like, he's a decent enough pick when you've got money. I feel like if you've got a decent amount of money in the bank, Alan's a good backup pick. But I wouldn't necessarily have him as like my main centre midfielder.
it just sounds like someone you'd love to go meet down at the pub. Oh, I'm just gonna go meet Alan at the pub, you know.
Someone you won't go want
I
to go down
think
the
if you're
pub.
going to play a ball-winning midfielder in the holding role, in your DM role, Alan's probably one of the best in this pool at 24 million.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
I think
He was
if you
looking
want
at
to play him,
someone.
if you want to play him as like a CM, however, I don't think he's got the legs for that. You
He
need
was
to have him. Sorry,
He was
on you go,
looking at.
Donald.
He was looking at someone you don't want to meet down the pub, and that was Vidal, but he didn't pick him.
That's a big pick. Riley's just picked Rafinha,
Ooh.
38 mil. The former Leeds player.
Current Barcelona player not getting paid.
I'm currently looking at Tom and who he is thinking of picking. If he splashes big on the player I think he might take, he is really gonna have to find some budget piece.
Yeah, he seems
And
to be
he's
looking in
got
that defense. He needs someone in that defense now,
Yeah.
which he just got.
Gabriel Paulista.
He was lacking in his squad depth in defense, so he definitely needed something else before he started looking at bargain picks. So for me, again, it's quite smart, but as you said, that there's a worry about money there unless he has a clear indication of some cheaper picks there.
Because I saw someone in his chat did the math. He was at 99 million pounds, and he would have had to average 8 million pounds per player to fit under the cap. So it'll be interesting to see what type of players he is going to be going after. Because I know that he was looking at quite a few American players.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
As
the
I said
cheap ones.
before, I don't think you need to be stressing. £8 million a pick on average here is more than
Cardi.
doable. We're seeing there's Gerson just coming up there on Fox's shortlist at 4.2 million, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That now gives you a £12 million player. If you can find 3 or 4 of them, you're comfortable still. And
Tom's just picked Busio. Sorry to cut you off there, Don. Tom's just picked Busio there, just to back up your point, really. He was just on his shortlist, and he has 6 or 7 there worth under 5 million. This is clearly part of his plan.
Yeah.
As I said, if he's spending big, he needs to have a plan. He seems to have a plan, which I would expect from any of these drafters. They are all experienced enough. But you just got to hope that everyone doesn't have the same plan, because then you will run out of those cheaper picks.
And then, again, I'm just going to throw some names here. Like, you're going to have a Kemar Roof in this pool, who is an extremely good goal scorer. Isn't going to be the best striker in this pool, but is a more than reliable backup. I don't exactly know how much Kemar Roof is when I'm saying this, but I would bet he's under £2 million.
Probably, yeah.
And if you could spend £2 million or less on your backup striker or your backup centre back, again, that builds you up for your first team. There'll be plenty of players that are sitting at 700, 800k in this pool that you'll look at and you'll go, oh, he's as good as that £10 million guy. He maybe just lacks 1 or 2 skills you can work around with. And that's where you make a lot of the money back, in my opinion, is finding those players, to you, not relevant in this pool, but like, for example, Niko Katic in a European pool is 850k. Yeah. There's very few centre backs better than Niko Katic under 15 million. In terms of FM stats, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at Ashboy here. Obviously, the winner last week. His budget currently is about 180 odd million left. He seems to be leaving his big picks till the end, taking a bunch of the cheaper picks now, and then seeing what the scraps are of the bigger players towards the end seems to be the plan that I'm seeing. And I've never really seen anyone do it.
Mm-hmm. I think he had a very similar style last week.
It's similar to Roy, who's on 162 million, and as far as I am aware, that is the most someone's got is Ashboy followed by Roy.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm seeing as well. I would say I like that kind of strategy typically. I think in a pool like this, where it's limited amount of high-end players, unless you're hoping to have enough money left over for a Messi or a Suarez, or I don't even know who's left at high end, but they're the only 2 players that I'd be kind of hoping to nick at the end kind of thing. But then if they go because someone else had the same plan, you've left yourself with £90 million sitting in the bank that you can't do anything with, and it's a huge disadvantage for me.
10 picks left, not so secret, and he is the only one I could see at the moment who is literally under 100 mil with 96 million in his bank.
I've kind of fallen away from who's drafted who here, so I'm not going to say who's had a good draft and who I'm kind of nervous for right now. I don't even know this guy that they're picking players I haven't even heard of right now, so it would be fair.
That centre back on Fox's list, I think his name's Cali. I think he plays for a team in Brazil. 2.5 million. He's a really good pick. I did a save in Brazil, and he's really good for that price. I think
as well. That's something again that you have to remember when you come into drafts. I think I've seen people picking Adeyemi in drafts, for example, who's a very phenomenal player in single player. Mm-hmm. And as someone who's done it and picked him in a draft where it was Germans only in the draft that I picked him, I still found him even in that pool very, very underwhelming. So again, you have to kind of switch off your mind when it comes to picking players that's done well from you in a save, particularly if they've done well 2 or 3 seasons in.
Yeah, they perform very differently. I've learned that the hard way, especially with goalkeepers, because I'll find a goalkeeper that I'm pretty comfortable with, and then you get into a draft and they don't perform anywhere near how they usually do. Same thing with some defenders. They make more mistakes online. Some strikers don't convert as much online either.
I
That's
agree
why I
with
like
you on everything, but I do need to question. You found a goalkeeper you're comfortable with in Football Manager 2022?
Yeah, on like offline, not online.
Yeah, that's all baffles me because even offline, I'm shouting. I could have the best keeper in the game, and I will still shout at him repeatedly.
Oh yeah, like I still get
love-
upset with some goals that go in, but I mean more often than not, he's performing
Onana's
better
my
than
favourite.
any other goalkeeper I've had.
Onana's my favourite goalkeeper on draft.
Yeah, Onan is my favourite goalkeeper if he's about.
And
I'm
then for a
finding,
cheaper keeper,
Fox's
Martinez.
search preferences
That's why
here quite unusual. You know, he's going in and he's flicking, and when he's certain, right, I'm wanting a central defender, I'm wanting a ball playing defender, and I'm meeting these stats that say I think he's looking at 11 just now. Whereas
Tom
what I would
Firm's
do
just
there,
One
is-
Voice, a fullback.
Gabriel Martinelli away as well, and Not So Secret, which is quite an interesting pick. I think he's a bit overpriced at 18 million personally. But usually once I get down to looking at players whose stats that are at 11, I'll just go, right, let's have 3 or 4 key stats now. For me, that's typically jump and reach, position, and tackling. And then from there, when I'm looking through, I'll look for someone who's not slow. I think once you're getting down to 11 for everything, does the centre back really need 12 or 11 for off the ball? Realistically,
No.
Oh, right. So Lewitt, by the way, is on 95 million, about to pick his pick. Tom FM's actually on 59 million. I think that's the lowest. He's been on a spending spree. And
Tom
Damien
went
Suarez,
very aggressive.
Damien Suarez, an experienced fullback, does go to Lewitt, who is currently thinking about his other pick.
Do we think
Yeah.
Lewitt's up there
Riley-
to keep his crown?
I mentioned
Honestly-
earlier, I think he might have a chance, but it all depends on how all these teams shape up.
I mean,
Tom FM and Fox are really
Lewitt, I've played him a few times. I think in that 92-93 database we had last time, very much suited how Lewitt sets up.
Yeah.
Tactically, the 92-93 plays very, very different to what normal FM does because of the stat spreads that you get within it. You get very, very few quick defenders, and you get a choice between quick or good aerially.
Yeah.
And I think that suited Lewitt better than just about anyone else I've seen on FM 22.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how he adjusts here. I think Lewitt's a very, very good drafter, but I think the standard of this pool is maybe a bit
He
it's
has
very, very
picked
high.
Rodrigo Bentancur.
But that said, from the picks that I have seen, as I say, I'm not clued up on exactly where everyone's going because I've been sitting chatting with you guys. But
There we go.
It looks like he's
Riley's
drafted
done a
okay.
U. Riley has done a U, Don. We are what? He's picking his 10th player. He's on 39 million. So he's got 9 to go. 39 million is, then again, it's a lot. It's a lot considering this pool.
Yeah,
Maybe he's got a plan.
that's doable in this pool. There are some bargains in this pool. That is doable.
yeah,
Zach Steffen to
That's a
Tom
goalkeeper
FM.
pick in half, innit? Oh, no, I don't think anyone really expected Zach Steffen to be the number 1 goalkeeper
Correa.
choice for somebody in this draft, but it is. I mean,
As an American, I did.
I have to say, Tom's team does look very naughty.
Yeah, I really like it.
He does look strong.
But Zach Steffen, give it 3 years, he's going to be overtaken by Gabriel Slanino. 100%.
you're sitting talking about players, and I'm just like, who in the world are you talking about?
By the way, has anyone seen if Christian Pulisic has gone yet? As Pizarro went and
I
Jesus went.
have not seen that.
I'm surprised at 15 million. Pulisic is like in the FMTM pool yesterday, like Ferran Torres. Like
Yeah.
at that money, you pick him soon. Pick him soon.
On the value picks and first pick, I originally had Christian Pulisic as my first pick on it, but I ended up changing him to my value pick just because
That's what I was
at
expecting.
£50 million with
I'm
that
actually-
guy, it's just he can compete with a lot of very good players within this draft pool.
watch
I'm
my
actually
bargain
just going to
pick,
ask
Bruno.
you about a player here, Gormy, that you'll probably know a little bit more than me, to be honest with you, and that's
Maxi
Joseph
Gomez.
Martinez from Atlanta United.
I like that
22
kid
and
a
a half
lot.
million. 22.5 million. I know he's very highly rated in real life. I know. I've never really used him on FM though, so that's why I'm asking.
He's a lot like Gabriel Barbosa in this game.
Right.
So he's a
Actually,
player that, like, if you don't want to spend big on a big name striker, people tend to go with a Gabriel Barbosa, or I would say a Joseph Martinez type player. Yes, he's not stupid fast, but he's gonna get the job done for you no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, there's another one there that I'm just seeing. Jonathan David, sorry, at 14 million.
Yeah,
I
like that kid a lot.
I don't actually think I've seen Gavi Barbosa go yet. He's only about 5 million, isn't he?
I saw someone hovering over him, but I don't think they pulled the trigger on him.
Roy was
But
looking at him for a while as well.
Barbosa's like 20 million from what I
Yeah.
saw in the draft pool. He's
Jonathan David's a cheaper and better option than both Martinez
I would avoid
and Barbosa.
Barbosa at all costs. For me personally, Barbosa, like, he's got the qualities I know of a striker, but there are people that are cheaper, below 5 million, that have similar stats to
The
Barbosa.
only good thing about Barbosa is he's got 20 penalty taken.
Yeah. I'm just looking at someone here right now, looking between Fred and Radamel Falcao, both at about £10 million, and I'm just looking at their stats, and then right underneath
Fred
them,
for 10 million might not be a bad option.
Fred the
honestly.
striker, not the midfielder.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I thought Fred the midfielder was like 5 million.
Yeah. So this Fred, the striker, I think he's about 40 years old now, to be honest with you. But right underneath them is Dario Benedetto from Boca Juniors. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, click on him because you're just going to get a better value of money than these two old and gold you're looking at that would have been great 5 FMs ago.
Wait, Barbosa's 40 million.
Barbosa's 40 million.
Yeah,
That's
he's-
been updated then. That has been updated then.
Then definitely do not pick him. Pick Joseph Martinez over him, but Jonathan David over Joseph Martinez. Because Jonathan David, he is quicker. He is way more versatile as well.
Yeah.
Foxy's just picked Diego Almeida, and then straight away
He was
Rafinha afterwards.
eyeing him for. He was eyeing both of them for a while, but he had been eyeing Thiago Almada since like the second round.
Caicemero's just gone to Magnus Sam as well. 50 million spending this late in the game. I mean, it's unusual. Bear in mind, I don't think Magnus Sam has been conservative. I mean, he has actually been conservative with his money. I'll eat my words out. He's only dropping to. He was on 128 million before. It just seemed like with the caliber of players, but he seemed to be drafting caliber of players that are recognizable, but seem to be cheaper on the cheaper side. So, I mean, it's quite
He's got
clever
one.
play by Magnus Sam so far.
He's got my first pick. He's winning it all. He's got Martinez.
Oh,
He's
no.
got a good team.
Roy's
Sam's got a
looking
good
at
team.
Gabriel Barbosa. Roy's actually picked him. Oh my god.
He needs a striker, and
Yeah,
he's
but
picked
what's he
Barbosa.
doing? That's 40 million. That's
And Ashboy has picked
Picked
the
Fred.
37-year-old Fred. Fred's getting on a bit.
I don't think anyone's taking Pulisic.
I
No, I think-
really don't think. I think that's a mistake from Ash, and I'm looking at his chat. Fred's been recommended to him, and I don't think it's been a serious recommendation.
They're probably watching the live show.
I'm not going to say who it is, but the chances are they're watching a live show. I think Fred for £10 million. He's a striker who cannot run. At 37, he cannot run. He can jump to about the height of a frog, and it's. I think there's just better strikers for 10 million. But even Javier Hernandez, Chicharito is sitting there at 10 million as well, and I think he'd have been a better option.
Yeah, definitely.
Jonathan David goes to Lewis Lit. Lewis.
That is a great pick. I agree completely with Gormy on that. I've not used Jonathan David, but seeing him at 14 million makes me think, actually, do you know what? Next
He
time I'm in
is
a
a
draft
good
where
option.
Canadian players
Jonathan David
are part
is
of the
good.
step, Jonathan David's probably going to be one of my picks.
He's normally my bench
And
side.
if you need as the feature Captain America just got picked by Tom FM, I'm now backing him to go the entire way and win the whole thing because he is Gio Reyna.
7 million as well for Reyna.
It's really good.
But Jonathan David is very, very solid. But Kyle Larin, if you need a budget striker, Kyle Larin is definitely a way to go.
Dodo's been
big.
picked by wild card.
And I mean, he's not the fastest, but if you need a poacher, target man type guy, and you are on a budget, Kyle Larin's definitely a player to look at.
Yeah. When you're talking about Gio Reyna, I'm just going to ask this as a normal football fan.
Mhm.
Could you please, as an American fan, try and encourage him to follow the same career path as his father did so I can enjoy him for a few years?
I would love our national team manager to actually play him instead of bringing him off the bench every time and playing all these MLS players that should have absolutely no business being anywhere near the
God, I
national
got
team.
really excited. I
See,
saw
when you say
Asteroid
that-
pick Christian Pavon, and I thought it was Pulisic, but no, it was just Christian Pavon.
He's been looking at Pavon for a while. When you say that, I remember seeing a comment from the American media over the international break in June, and it was talking about James Sands and Carter Vickers, who are obviously both playing in Scotland just now.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy was like, "Oh, Carter Vickers should be dropped for James Sands." And I was looking at this, and I'm a Rangers fan, so obviously I've got James Sands would be the guy who's corner.
Carter Vickers just got into the national team, and it was for friendlies. We weren't playing him for the Gold Cup. We weren't playing him for the Nations League, and it was driving me nuts because there's no reason a player that is playing at a top level in Scotland should why is he not in the national team? And then we use him for friendlies, and people are dogging on him, and it makes no sense. But I mean, half of our fans don't know what they're talking about. So
well, this was your media. He literally just got Defender of the Year in Scotland last year, and deservedly so.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I hate to say it about Celtic players, he deservedly had it. And the guy that they're like, you should drop him for James Sands, who last season could not get in the Rangers team. And I'm like, even as the one that wants to back James Sands, I'm like, yeah, that's a quick. If you'd said any other name, I probably wouldn't have argued it because I don't know the other player. But
I think Carter Vickers, Miles Robinson, John Brooks, I know he's older, but I don't care if he's older. The dude is still a quality center back for Wolfsburg. He should still be playing, but the U.S. national team drives me insane. They make my brain hurt half the time.
Yeah, I suppose it's a difficulty when you've got all these players in Europe and then you've got all the guys at home, and the people that are at home are the ones that typically most American fans will recognise because that's what you get to see. You're not getting to see.
Yes and no, because there's we're starting to care more about the European game,
right?
But I mean, me personally, I think that there should be very few MLS players in the team because they just aren't up to par with a Weston McKennie, a Tyler Adams, a Christian Pulisic, but we still play them, and that's when we lose to frickin' Panama. It's annoying.
What do you think as an American? What do you think on Christian? He needs to move. I think Christian Pulisic, doesn't he?
Yes, I think he needs to come to Liverpool
so
because
whoever's-
Jurgen Klopp, he made a note once that was one player he wished he got to manage at Dortmund because he left right before Christian started breaking into the first team. Because when he was watching him, he said that is kind of everything that he would want in a versatile player. And if you bring a player like Christian Pulisic to Liverpool, oh my God, will that attack be so much fun to watch.
Yeah. I do think just watching Ash here, that Ash is saving up for a big spend at the end.
By the way, Fox in the box went for Claudio Bravo.
He's still got
Solid
133 million left. And right now he's looking at players at 700,000. I'm only have 6 picks remaining.
Fox has got 77, 44.5 for Magnus Sam. Roy still on 100. Not So Secret's chilling on 53. I can't believe Riley's been picking crazy picks still.
Here's one MLS
20
player I
mil
don't
now.
mind that Tom is looking at. Jordan Morris. I do not mind that guy. He came over and played for Swansea for a little, but then he got injured, but he's a solid player. I do not mind him as an MLS player.
Roy was looking at Tyler Adams there for a second, the one that's just recently moved to Leeds.
Yeah, Tyler Adams just got picked.
As a he's not going to be really happy. Oh no, that's Roy. He was looking at him as a possible not only midfield option but left and right back option as well.
Mm-hmm. He's a versatile player.
Yeah, which comes as a surprise. Like you would expect initially to be like, oh, that's a centre midfielder. Look at the stats of centre midfield. He immediately thought of left and right back. So I think he has a plan for Tyler Adams.
Yeah, Tyler
Yeah, he's a
Adams
good
is a
player.
player that I was going to have him as my value pick just because of all the different positions that he can play and whatnot. But I mean, for a cheap price as well, he's a very, very good pickup.
Do you think Leeds see him as a replacement for Phillips?
That's their plan right now. But also, if it doesn't work out, he can play right back. So, I mean, he's depending on I've heard lots of different things on what Leeds plan to do tactically. So, I mean, I've heard they even might have Jack Harrison try and play left back somewhat, which would be very interesting. But, I mean, it's...
I like players like that you can slot in anywhere and they'll do a job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, we had it with Joe Aribo, who we just sold to Southampton. Over the 4 years he was with us, he predominantly played the 7 or the 10 roles, which he done brilliantly. But, you know, he played the end of last season as a false 9 because we had no other strikers fit, so he had to. I remember him slotting in at left back for us in a European game a couple of years ago and, you know, not looking out of place. And if you've got a player that has that kind of versatility on Football Manager, I think it's even more important because the role, you know, you can slot a player in real life into a role that they don't necessarily know and they'll do a job. And whether it's on FM, if you were to stay, and I'm going to use Joe Aribo for this example, if you stick him in at left back on FM, he will just be a headless chicken because he has no idea how to play that role and FM can't compute that. If you just have that little orange line, it makes a huge difference.
I think players like James Milner that can literally do anything you need them to do they're absolute gems. Like they're irreplaceable, which
Abel
is
Hernandez
why
to
Liverpool gave him a little extension.
Dest from Tom FM's a good pick for 4.5 mil.
Yep, he's been looking at him for a while.
Roy was looking at Dest as well.
The great thing with Dest is I think he's one of the best backup fullbacks in this pool because he covers both sides. And when you're only getting 18 picks, having a backup fullback that covers both flanks is vital.
Key. Yeah,
that's a good price as well. 4.2.
I will be right back. I have to take care of my cat who's trying to destroy my room.
Gotta love the cats.
It looks like that Ash is now starting to make a spending spree. I really probably should switch between people, but I've just been kind of watching Ash and just watching how chilled he is scrolling through the list and stuff. But it does look like he's starting to spend a bit of money now. He's down to 92 million, which says to me he spent 40 million. I've missed it. But it's good to see spending. Abel Hernandez at 2.2 million going to wild card as well. I think that's quite an interesting one. He doesn't have the physicals he used to have.
But to be fair, you might not necessarily need the physicals if he's coming off of the bench. You might
that's what I would look for it even more. I would be, particularly in my front line, if you can bring on pace, you're bringing on pace against this higher defender, you're going to get a lot more chances.
No, I do agree with you. I'm just thinking like in a situation, maybe if you're playing 2 up top, like as your kind of backup tactic for whatever reason, you might have one pacey and then one that kind of just sits in the box, almost like a poacher type person who you can just rely on to score those goals in the final few minutes if you're sticking like multiple strikers on. I think it depends how he's using him. If he's using him the way you would use your substitutes, I think it's a poor pick. But if he uses it in terms of having multiple strikers up there and having one poacher to kind of just sit in the box, then I think it's a very good pick and a
That
very
makes
underrated
sense.
one.
That makes sense. I think that's the two ways that I would use a striker. Either have one that's I'll have it really pacey, or if I'm having more than one, I like to have the big target man. You know, the big Paul Nuacci style, the big Lorenzo Luca style that can just you pump the ball and he's flicking it onto the pacey guy.
Ash Boy has 2 goalkeepers.
Yeah,
He does.
good. I picked
Romero and Guillermo
another guy.
Ochoa.
11.25 he got.
always
That was
pick
his
two
last pick.
goalkeepers.
Ochoa is
Magnus just picked Daniello.
the most annoying goalkeeper ever. Like he shows up for international tournaments and that's it. But he always shows up to beat the US and it drives me crazy.
Fox is currently looking at right backs by the looks of it. Clearly thinks that might be a weakness for him. But he seems to be struggling. He's running out of time as well. He just can't seem to find anyone that really fits what he wants. So he's kind of, I wouldn't call it a panic pick, but he's kind of panic pick Marquinhos there.
Yeah.
Has anyone?
He had been looking at him time and time again, so I think that was like his safety net pick. Like if he didn't know who he was going to pick, that it would just be Marquinhos. He'd just go and take him because that's a quality pick.
Yeah.
Has anyone picked Weston McKenna yet?
Not
I've
seen.
not seen, but again, I've missed so many picks that I wouldn't.
I love Weston McKennie in this game,
Yeah, same.
and if whoever gets him, they have a very, very solid box-to-box midfielder in him.
How much is he?
He's like 20.
He's 27 million.
Yeah.
Right.
So Magnus Sam can't get him. Fox in the box wouldn't be able to get him. They're both.
Luis Gustavo that Ash is just looking at. I mean, you're slightly behind me, Jono, so he's just going to flip
Yeah.
to Luis Gustavo in a second. Again, as a deep line playmaker in DM role, I think this guy is extremely good. You can't ask him to move too much, which is why I'm saying a deep line playmaker rather than a ball winner, because the pace and the acceleration means he'll just get caught out as a ball winner.
Yeah.
And I know he's not necessarily got the vision and the passing for a deep line playmaker, but all you're asking him to do there is just sit there and just sweep up in front of the defence, and he will do that as good as anyone.
Yeah.
Verissimo's gone to Roy there for 25 mil. He's still got 63 million in his kitty with 3 picks to go.
Yeah, we're getting into crunch time now. You're starting to see a few people kind of going through their shortlist and they're kind of running out of players in there. So I mean, at least a lot of them are, as I'm on like Not So Secret screen, who does have a massive shortlist, but it seems that a lot of people are starting to run out of a few of those players now and a few of their safety sort of picks getting into the latter stages, which means you could see some interesting picks coming in here, or maybe people starting to panic.
Yeah. I'm
Ash Boy's
pretty
getting
sure
afraid.
someone just took Michael Bradley, and oh my god.
He's not.
Am I
If
not right in
someone
thinking
took
that
Michael
Am I not right in thinking that Michael Bradley only has a football career because his dad's basically been his football manager the whole time?
Yes, that dude. Michael Bradley made me when I was like 12 years old, made me want to put myself through a TV. Like he was just, he makes some of the most boneheaded plays.
Tom FM has picked Marcos Rojo.
Rojo, yep.
Marcos
Rojo.
I think that's a fairly solid pick in this pool. I mean,
He's-
again, Tom's
he's
shown
looking
us
at
here.
Talas
Tom's
Magno as well.
Tom has really shown us here about how you can manage this budget. You know, he's still got 36 million left there. And we were saying, 7-8 picks ago, he's going to struggle to get through all this to get to the end of the squad. He's still going to have a very good pick left at the end of
There's
this.
some bargain picks on this. Definitely.
Well, I know that Roy's going to have enough money if he does what he's planning on to do, and his last pick's going to be huge. Like, it's going to be worth some money anyway. He's still got 63 mil, so.
Yeah.
I'm looking at some of the names they're picking just now, and I'm like, I've never heard of this guy.
Alzati is gone to Lewis.
Take him, Tom. You know you want to take that kid. It'd be a good pick. And he's from the MLS.
Everybody, goodbye, everybody.
But he's not American, so that means he's going to be good. So,
Amazing.
So is that this key to scouting the MLS? Signing non-Americans.
yeah. Unless you're getting like an American kid from like FC Dallas. That's where Weston McKennie came from. I'm pretty sure Tyler Adams came from he came from the New York Red Bulls. And then not Omar Richards. I can't think of his first name right now, but Richards, who just went to Crystal Palace.
I have just seen Ash looking at a player that I am amazed is still available.
Who?
I'm not going to say who because I don't want to like spoil his fun. It would be the majority of his budget, and it'd leave him probably a bit short.
Tom.
And I think that being most of his budget is putting him off. It's saying here that Gabriel Barbosa wasn't actually picked, so it might be a different Gabriel Barbosa that went. The striker Gabriel Barbosa is still at Fluminense on Ash's screen.
Yeah, he's 40 million.
Yeah. Bragster thought
Yeah, but
he
it will be on his screen because
Wildcard just took who.
Some of the drafters don't filter out who's been drafted and who hasn't been drafted.
Yeah, but
it's pet peeves, by the way.
It's why I double checked the team, and it's Fluminense still. So he's not been drafted because the team's not updated with his
No,
search.
because it has because Roy's got Gabriel Barbosa.
Are you sure it's the same Gabriel Barbosa?
40 million, yeah.
40 million Gabriel Barbosa. It's a glitch that happens in draft mode where for some people it shows and for some people it doesn't, which is why that filter was brought into play a lot more because it no longer showed it on everyone's screen.
Yeah,
so
like,
people just
There goes Ash Boy.
There
Ash
goes
Boy
Ash's
with the
big pick.
first big pick.
Bam!
Oh, there he is. Oh.
Hello.
Wow, it's taken this long, has it?
That's what I did say to you. Ash is looking at a player that I'm amazed has not gone.
An hour, and someone picks Dybala. I think I've gone into like hyperplectic shock or something. What is going on? Ash Boy's on fire. As
On Dybala,
Roy
Roma
picked
are going to have a
Paredes.
sick team this season, aren't
But
they?
he's got 1.2 million now to get his last 2 picks. But it shows you that he had the plan to have the big picks at the end. And it's paid off because Dybala's been sat there waiting.
Yeah, on Dybala, Roma are going to have a sick team this season, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. I mean, they qualified.
I always
for
said
Europa
that Jose
League, so-
needed to go back to Italy. It suits him so much.
Mhm.
The other thing to go with Ash's team, and this is so not going to be confusing for us or him when he goes to make tactical changes, he has the striker Fred and the Man United Fred.
Yeah.
There's too many Fred.
Someone clip that.
So I'm not looking forward to doing commentary when Fred assists Fred.
Fred to Fred.
Fred to Fred on his head.
And now they're taking each other to bed. Yeah, you're right. I think Ash has definitely got a glitch here because there's a few people that you're right in saying that I'm almost certain I seen going that are still there. I'm just going to dive out for 2 seconds, guys. I'll just be 2 seconds though.
Have you had the glitch before when you go into your team and it's a completely different team than not the team you picked? After the
No.
draft, it's fine, but I've had a drip.
I've never had that happen to me before.
Yeah, so I've pressed current squad and it's just a list of players I've never heard of. But as soon as you complete the draft, it's fine. So you have to kind of remember who you drafted.
Fox is looking for a backup striker here. He seems to be going for Carlos Vinicius, which is a pretty decent pick. Looking at his stats a second ago, he seems a very, very decent pick. to go alongside the likes of Alvarez, Cavani, and Nunes. He's got a very good strike force, in my opinion, as Foxy. So if he's going with multiple strikers rather than just the one, he's in a very, very strong position, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If Tom takes who his chat is suggesting, it will be such a solid pick.
Who are they suggesting?
Gabriel Menino.
I haven't really heard of him. Is he
Really?
good? Yeah, barely.
Very solid. Very, very solid. Very versatile. Young Brazilian. You can play right back, right wing back. He's basically the Brazilian Trent Alexander-Arnold,
Ooh,
but obviously not as good as Trent.
yeah.
No, I'll be honest. I'm gonna say this now. I know people really like Trent, but for me, Hakimi then Trent.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Jesus Navas above both of them.
And that's why you don't win drafts.
No, I don't win drafts because I can't see them out. I can get myself to the position, I just can't see them out.
For a reasonable price one, I like Lamptey.
No, I love Lamptey and Wan-Bissaka, but because they're really fast. And sometimes the pace is too much. Like, I've had games where I took Hakimi off and put Wan-Bissaka on, or Trent, and Wan-Bissaka's been miles of best over both of them. It just depends on the day, really. But yeah.
But even more
The
reasonable.
thing with
if you haven't-
Wan-Bissaka is if you're trying to see things out, Wan-Bissaka is the best right back to have. If you're chasing a game, I would never have Wan-Bissaka on the pitch because you don't have any attacking width.
Are we boring you, Sam? Yawning. How dare him? Are we boring him? Are we boring him? What are we on last picks now, guys?
Tom's
He
gone
took
for
Joe
Jordan.
Linton.
Tom.
Who's Tom gone for? Because I'm
Joe
about
Linton.
That's a very good pick, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Very underrated pick. Since he's been given that midfielder allowance in Football Manager that he's now had in real life,
Yeah.
I think he's extremely valuable now at £10 million.
Oh, yeah, because he can do anything.
Yeah, we're getting into final picks now. Lewitt's got 4.5 million for his pick. Seems to be looking at in the midfield, trying to strengthen that midfield. But then again, he's not really got any proper filters on that is specifically for the midfield necessarily, but he's very much looking at midfielders. And I mean, there's a few solid options on his shortlist, I'm not going to lie, that he's looking at.
Is Christian Pulisic still not taken?
He's not, and I'm amazed that Christian Pulisic is not gone. I feel like because of that
Are you sure
Pulisic
we've got-
person, he's just gone. Get Pulisic, get Pulisic, get Pulisic. That everybody will never buy Pulisic again.
Dude,
Is it maybe that he's gone and we've just not noticed it, or is he definitely not gone?
I have not
I
seen
don't know.
Pulisic go yet. I could be mistaken, but I really haven't seen him go yet.
There are a few picks that went quite early on where it skipped forward because they all had their first picks lined up, like first couple of picks lined up. So it might have been.
Who else of our picks hasn't?
Oh, here's one for the MLS fans, Gormy. Wild card.
Freddie That's incredible. That is like the wonder kid of all wonder
That's
kids back in
hilarious.
the day. Freddie Adu was so good, and now he's
if we
just.
could just get Cheryl Samba to follow him, and Mark Hare's assistant manager, I'll be a happy man.
Did Ash
Dude,
Boy?
that is
Oh,
funny.
Ash Boy has
Boy-
also skipped his pick as well.
Yeah,
so
Ash
he's not
Boy's
going for
got
the
to
full
pick
18.
one more.
He skipped it, so he is not taking his full 18.
Well,
assume.
well. Let's hope he doesn't get any suspensions or bad injuries. But everyone is about finished, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
I did say
everyone's done.
to everybody in the oh yeah, Riley in the Discord has just said he has saved the best for last and has just screenshotted a picture of Freddie Adu. So
Dude,
that's it. I've also told
funny.
him I've told them that we'll be having a 5-minute break after the draft is completed, so people can use the toilet and get a drink, etc. Obviously, that goes for the comms team as well. We're not we're not tyrants. You can use the toilet.
Well, I've just went, so I'll cover the fort here for you guys to go.
Well, that's it, Don. Your toilet break is over for the next 4 hours. I'm joking. It'll be over before then. It's fine. Got any rough ideas of your favourite teams? I'll go with everyone in the order that the camera is. So, Jono, off the top of your head, who do you think's gonna do well?
I'm backing Tom, if not Tom, Sam.
Gormy?
Tom, and if not Tom, Fox in the box. They have two. They both went about it very differently, but I do like Tom's team more. It's just I gotta see how they both end up playing, and then I'll have a better picture.
What about you, Bragster?
I mean, I picked Tom to begin with, and he seems to have drafted very, very well. I do like the fact that the only ones that have been mentioned have been Tom and Magnus Sam, really. I know Fox was just mentioned, but, Tom and Magnus Sam seem to be on people's lips. They were the two I pointed out to begin with, so I'm just saying. But Tom, I think for me, I've got to stick with him at this point. He drafted well, and I picked him at the start. So
quickly to cut you off, Bragster. Sorry, Lewis says, "Do you want to see the draw live?" We would love to see the draw live if that's possible. If Tom wants to watch it, I don't know. Quickly, Don, who do you think's going for it tonight?
As I say, I kind of fell out with the teams and who was drafting who quite early on.
Someone's done it.
So, I'm not going to sit here and say I think this person's drafted the best or the worst, but I think from what I did see, Tom drafted extremely strongly. I think Ash getting Dybala towards the end was a very good pull. So I'm not massive on it, but Tom looks to have drafted the best just in the little I've seen. But I'm going to admit that I could look through the squads in a little bit and be completely change my mind.
Yeah. I was going to say one.
Cool. Wait. Could also someone send me the group table for me?
Yeah.
And if someone could send me the screenshots of every match going forward, that'd be lovely. And also, I'm just going to go for it. Tom FM's going to win. His team's incredible.
Yeah, I'm just looking through. Tom's the first person to post this. I mean, I've got Tom's team on 2 screens right now because he's the only person that sent us his team yet so far.
I'll get it up. One sec.
But yeah, I'm struggling to see weaknesses in that team with Tom. I mean, I don't know that Jack Stephan, the goalkeeper, but I know Gormy was very, very high praise for this guy. But everyone
He's a
else,
shot stopper. He'll get the job done. It's not like he's gonna be like how we were talking up Ederson, and he's not gonna do anything insane like that.
Yeah, but everyone else, I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, I could see myself picking that team.
Seems like the draw's already been done. On people.
It's not groups. It's straight into quarterfinals apparently.
What?
Yep.
It's meant to be groups into what?
Tom is gonna do his Venezia tactic.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
What? Have they not set it up right?
It's meant to be. Yeah, it's meant to be groups, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's gone direct into like quarterfinals and stuff.
Huh?
Roy's team looks fairly solid as well. William Jose would be a bit of a concern for me. But a big brute of a striker is William Jose. Lewitt. I like Lewitt's back line, to be honest. You've got Alexandro, Gabriel, Davinson Sanchez, Ederson. You've got Leon Bailey, Jonathan David, Bremer, Icardi, and Luis Suarez going up top. Lucas Paqueta in the midfield, Bentancur in the midfield. Lewitt looks very strong as well.
Okay, yeah, I see the confusion now.
The rules I did post on the Discord in the rules though. The actual rules on the Discord says groups, but
Catch.
I do think there might have been a mistake for that building. I'm just going to switch up and double check that. Because I do remember reading that and seeing a mistake.
On the rules, Jono
Yeah.
told me it was the same one from last week. So
Yeah, the rules that
Yeah,
John
yeah, that's
posted
the only-
today does state games will be a 2-leg knockout leading up to the final.
Oh, it is what it is.
So they've gone off. What you gave them, Jono, that'll be fine. We get finished half an hour earlier.
Yeah.
So I've only seen 3 teams so far, and to be honest, I'm quite impressed with all of them. I think Lewitt's probably slightly stronger than Roy, and Tom's slightly stronger than Lewitt of the 3 that I've seen.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
So-
in terms of the draw, it seems like Lewitt is facing Ashboy, Magnus Sam is facing Wildcard, Roy is facing Tom FM, and Not So Secret is facing Fox in the Box.
some solid matchups. You got the qualifier champion versus the prior Road to Legends champion in the
Huge
first round.
matchup.
Yeah,
One second, just turn the, I'll be back in 1 sec.
yeah, no problem, Jono. Who's wanting what game then, guys? Since we're the 3 that's here, we can pick our games and cherry pick them. Anyone got any preferences?
I mean, I don't really mind what games I take. Not gonna lie.
I think
Yeah,
we should
like-
go in order of what they are. Like, obviously, Jono's host, so we can just fly around whatever game. I don't think Gormy should take Lewitt v Ash. Bragster should take Magnus Sam versus Wildcard. Roy versus Tom could go to Don, and then I'll take Fox and Box, no secret.
No, that's perfect, 'cause I'm on Roy anyway, so I don't know.
Where am I going?
Which one?
I've got Lewitt up already. And he has Jonathan David.
Where did you say for me to go Billy in first?
You can go to. Yeah, I would put any match, whatever match you think is the better match of the round, I suppose.
Cool.
If I was you, John, I'd probably go with Lewitt. You've got the champion versus the qualifier champion. I think that's probably the best
Cool.
for me personally in regards to storyline. Obviously, I think you've got a few of them up anyway, so you're able to kind of flick between them, aren't you?
Yeah.
So I just make sure if you've got one from each of them up, and then can work with that as quick flicks. So you would need what? So you've got Ash Lewitt. You've already got that. We know that. You've got Magna Wildcard, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got Roy versus Tom. You've got one of them. You've had Tom up a few times, and then you've got Cud Foxy up a few times. So I think you just about cover everyone, don't you?
Yeah.
Looking at the rosters, a lot of people, it seems like, avoided North American players.
Hmm.
A lot of the players were South American. The one person who picked, I think, the most North American players was Tom FM.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
looking at Wildcard's tactic before he ended up going off screen, it was a very, very attacking tactic. He had both of his fullbacks on attack. He had both of his wingers on attack. He had a centre midfielder on attack. And then obviously he had his striker. So it's a very attacking tactic. I mean, he's putting a lot of trust in his centre-backs and goalkeeper here, and his defensive midfielder. Maybe that's why he's got a defensive midfielder in there. But he is going all-out attacking this one. I think he's definitely saying that the best form of defence is attack at this point.
Yeah. Is this the tactic that Ash used last week? I don't think it is. I'm also quite interested in just how he's running that front four.
Yeah.
But that feels like a very different tactic to what I've seen from him last week.
Fox in the box is also going very attacking.
Yeah, Martinez out on that left back row. I know he can do it, And again, it's a highlight to his versatility, but I think he's so much better centrally than
Yeah.
out wide.
He can play in DM, centre back, and left back, so it's quite versatile.
Yeah. I just think when you're sitting with someone like Wendell on the bench,
Yeah.
he would do that job better and give you a bit more, particularly when you've got the inside forward further up. I'm literally moving my mouse like I'm trying to show the screen this. You've got him you've got that left-sided one as an inside forward. For me, when you've got that, the person cutting in, you want the fullback coming up, and I don't think Martinez is going to give the same output as what even Wendell on the bench would give you.
Yeah, I'm with that. But overall, that team, I like.
Yeah,
Very good.
I agree.
I do think he shouldn't have taken 2 goalkeepers, though.
I agree with that as well. I think that's been one of those ones where he's had the money left at the end and he's just kind of gone, I'll take this guy. But to have less than the full 18 and 2 goalkeepers.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm having a look at Roy's tactic as well, and I really like this tactic. I mean, Roy's one of those guys, I've only played him once, and I scratched my head trying to work out how to beat him. But again, his tactic looks very, very strong.
It seems like Magnus Sam's going for a 4-2-2 as well. He's been on his set pieces screen for ages, trying to get it absolutely to perfection. You can tell why he does well in drafts. But his tactic is a 4-2-2, a tactic I don't really see very often in FM, especially from the start of the game, I would say. In terms of the start of the match, usually it seems like a backup option if you really want to push forwards. But I mean, Magnus Sam is very, very experienced, so I'm going to presume that he's got that tactic nailed down to an absolute T.
they had to tell Tom to go forward because he was playing his guitar.
Amazing. I see Tom is a performer in all draft comps. He just loves it. I just wanted to quickly note that Fox is going for 3 up top and 1 attacking midfielder. So we're talking Darwin Núñez, Edison Cavani, Julian Alvarez, and then Giovanni Lo Celso as he's attacking 4, and that's quite naughty. He's got Leo Pereira and Marquinhos as his centre defenders, with Renan Lodi and Fagner as his right back and left back. And in goal, he's got Claudio Bravo. So he's looking good. It's a good squad.
Yeah, rather, Foxy currently has the bug where he can't do his set pieces, so he's going to have to do that on game day. I've kind of just gave him some advice to try and work around with that in the chat just now. But just in case we're expecting any delays, let's just.
Foxy's literally currently, as we speak, sorting all of it out now.
I'm going to start it. Tom, not so.
I was just going to say, let's not rush him. Let him have the time to do his set pieces. I have said to save them just in case they don't save, but I had it last night, and once you're done on game day, just kept them for the rest of the tournament.
No, it's a bit confusing, mate. That's what happened.
In the nicest way possible, shit happens, and we move on. And this season is going to be a straight knockout, which means, unfortunately, you've got to take your chances and your moments. This is even more important for everybody now. Like, you don't get 3 chances in the group stages. This is it. If you lose 2 matches, you're out.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Tom drawing Roy in the first round. These are 2 of the strongest drafts. I mean, as I say, I've only seen half the teams now, but these are 2 of the strongest drafts I think that I've seen. Either one of these could go through, and the other one can feel very aggrieved that they've drawn that person.
Yeah. I've just heard Foxy say, well, the one plus side about it being straight knockouts is if I lose, I can go to bed early, and I think that's funny.
I mean, realistically, what we were saving, you're losing 90 minutes worth of play if you go out in the first round, because it'd be 3 games anyway. You're now only getting 2, unfortunately. But
yeah, Like, I suppose in this way, you both get a home and away leg, and obviously everybody's still unsure if that
Yeah.
actually means anything. But after yesterday's experience, I'm telling you, winning all 3 home games back to back is what won me that thing yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
so maybe it does. Maybe it does. Because I was away to Mulch and I was losing 2-1. So I think it does definitely something's there.
I'd agree with that. I
Away,
just did
definitely.
an example as well. The 3 games that I won, I had 2 home and 1 away, and the ones that I lost were 2 away and 1 at home.
Yeah, like I lost 6-1 away to Don, but I beat him 3-2 in the end at home.
Yeah.
So it's I
Yeah.
think, and we both use the same tactics, you know. So there's some. I changed a couple things because I realised like my fullbacks could actually run, so to overlap instead of playing through the middle, and that seems to work. But I'd also think home factor, you know. I got into that seeing I had 3 home games in a row.
An even bigger example, the last Road to Legends that I played, which was the last one, the 92-93.
Yeah.
I finished 7th in that. I won all my home games.
Yeah.
I just didn't win any away games. There is definitely a home crowd factor in draft, and you're not going to change my mind on that. And it was the same tactics the whole way through.
So, guys, go show the Road to Legends FM Twitter account some love. I am doing my best to update the scores and the brackets.
Yep.
Be honest, I'm not very good at graphics. You're gonna have to deal with the low budget Billions graphics, all right? But we'll get through it. I'm trying to do my best. We did have a really good graphic that Jono made for a league table, but we can't use it. So. But we'll save it for next time. But thank you, Mozza, for the lurk. And yeah, good luck to everybody involved. We are
Good luck, everyone.
just waiting for one more person who it is Foxy. He's just literally sorting out his throw-ins. We're almost
Also,
there.
if
don't
you are
worry.
watching today, we are 4 away from 300 on Twitch. So we'd really appreciate if you drop that follow on the Twitch account.
Get us to the big 300, so then we can all shout, "This is Sparta." There we go. We're starting, guys. We are starting. Foxy's ready. He's away to Not So Secret. Actually, really excited to just see some games now, guys. I don't know about you guys.
Oh yeah, I mean, getting to see Lewitt and Ashboy in the first round, that is going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah. I think we've got a few huge ties here that there's not obviously at this stage of the competition, you know, it's the finals. Everyone's here on merit.
Yeah, it's very strong.
It's a very strong pool, but there's some very interesting ties this first round.
And what I do like is, sorry to cut you off quickly. What I do like is that I think like a lot of these are fresh matchups that we haven't got to see normally, and this is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Am I right in thinking this is Roy's first rank draft as well? Like, I know he's won tons of unranked stuff, but I believe this is first ranked, isn't it?
I thought he was in 1. Maybe I'm mistaken, or maybe he was in 1, but it didn't have enough matches to qualify. But if not, I think this could be his first ranked one. Wait, I'm trying to think if he was involved in the world heavyweight stuff, because that stuff is ranked. So
yeah, he could have been, because that's one of the ones that I've not had a big chance to watch yet. But
yeah, we are just waiting for. I think not
he's one of those ones where if he's unranked or ranked lowly because he's not necessarily had a huge amount of ranked games, it'd be massively misconception.
It might be a penalty. Sorry to cut you off. It is a penalty in the Magnusam wildcard game. It looks like it's a penalty for wildcard. Lautaro Martinez is stepping up. He puts it into the back of the net. It's a lovely little finish by Martinez, and that puts wildcard 1-0 up after just 8 minutes. It was the first highlight of the game as well. I think it might have even been for some sort of handball or something. It was something ridiculous.
Ashboy has just been awarded a penalty as well over Lewitt, and Charles Aranguiz steps up, slots it in the bottom left corner, and Ashboy is up on Lewitt Gaming 1-0.
We've got a goal here. It's a counter from Tom. Say a counter. He's dominated the ball in the first 2 minutes, but inside 2 minutes, Gabriel Jesus has put Tom 1-0 up.
Ooh, big save by Ochoa.
Oh, it's 2-0. It's 2-0.
Oh.
Louis Diaz for wild card has put it into the back of the net. It was lovely build-up play. They put the ball into the box, and Louis Diaz just managed to curl it past the keeper. Vicinio had an initial shot which was blocked, and then it was a lovely finish by Diaz, and that puts wild card 2-0 up against Magnus Sam.
Great reaction from Tom. I love that.
Has anyone found Pulisic yet?
No, dude, I swear, if he went undrafted,
I'm
If
telling
you
you,
went
that,
undrafted, that's
disgrace.
mental.
that Pulisic bot has really ruined Pulisic's reputation. The guy
I don't
doesn't
think
even
it's
know
a
about
bot.
it.
It's your alt account.
Yeah, of course it's my alt account. Don't tell everyone that, Don. I said that to you in confidence. God, now everyone's gonna know it was me. But he is the best. You should buy him. Come on, guys. What are you doing?
I mean, to be fair,
Ashboy's
you're
side
the only
looks
guy in the FM
phenomenal.
community who I know has a guy who created an account to challenge you to a match.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was amazing.
Ashboy's team is flying right now against Lewitt.
We've not really. Well, to be fair, I've had a few highlights. We're only like 70 minutes in. Not so secret.
Oh,
Like, it's been all
huge
foxy.
save. Huge save from Zach Stefan. To keep
Told you he's a
Tom
shot
in front.
stopper.
He had no right to make that save. It's actually a fairly poor finish from Muriel, to be honest. He was one-on-one.
Yeah,
And
no, right.
huge chance. And from that early goal, it's been all right here in the first half hour.
Another chance for wild card there. It's just literally been all wild card. Magnus Sam hasn't got going at all in this one.
Oh, well, maybe we've got VAR here. Bruno Henrik has headed the ball into net. It's been disallowed. Not so secret. Goal has been disallowed. We're 18 minutes in. It's still 0-0. But whatever Not So Secret has done, he's attacking more. So something is definitely...
Oh! We're back on terms here. Back on terms. DePaul with a brilliant ball to Muriel, who actually shoots properly this time. Leaves Zach Stefan with absolutely no chance. 1-1.
Guillermo Ochoa is doing wonders for Ashboy right now. Like I said earlier, he is the one goalkeeper that annoys me so much. And he is doing the exact same to Lewitt right now.
Could our champion about to be knocked out in the first round?
Well, he didn't have a good showing in the FMTM either, did he? So maybe things have changed on. Jimenez has just hit the post for Not So Secret. It's very close this game now. And
At half, it
we're
is
at half
1-0 Ashboy.
yeah, we're halftime too. It's still 0-0 here. I've obviously drawn the short straw. Thanks, FM.
Yep.
Yeah, it's half time here as well. Wildcard 2, Magnus Sam 0. Magnus Sam is completely changing formation to a narrow formation, as you can see on the screen. It's just not gone well for Magnus Sam whatsoever. Wildcard has absolutely destroyed him from start to finish in that first half. He needs to drastically change something. Otherwise, Sam is going to be in a lot of trouble, especially as this is his home leg as well. I mean... It's almost going to feel like no way back for Magnus Sam if it carries on at this rate.
Wildcard has literally the chance to become a double champion by winning this
2-1.
and then retaining the FMTM on Monday.
Who was that?
2-1 for Roy. Lovely bit of play, just on the stroke of
Go
half
on,
time.
Roy.
And it's the £40 million man, Gabby Barbosa, with the goal.
Oh dear. That doesn't make me look good, does it? Not gonna lie.
Oh, well, last week I said that Mo Salah was going to be a player to avoid, and he had 4 goals in one game for Muzza.
Goal! Sorry to cut you off,
Patrick in the
Gormy.
mix.
Goal for Wildcard. It is 3-0.
Lewitt Gaming levels it up. Mauro Icardi.
Ooh.
It is level between the two champions.
Goals flying in everywhere except
Oh,
here.
no, don't worry. It's still 2-0 Wildcard. Goal was
Go! Oh, we've got Bart, sorry. Sorry. We maybe just have to go either side of half time, but this is a VAR check. I think it will be allowed. It's been disallowed. Tom FM equalising through Gabriel Jesus. But
Correct me if I'm
ruling it
wrong,
off.
but have we all had VAR all been disallowed? That's what I've been
Yep.
hearing.
Oh,
Yep.
I
those
have not
lines
had
are
VAR.
abs- Just look at
Well,
you know
for a
those
penalty
FM ones?
review, yes.
You know when those FM lines for offside are completely wrong?
Yeah.
Those lines were completely wrong. And I really like they were both on the inside legs. I would like to have seen what they were on the outside legs.
So, guys, it's 0-0 in our game. Who do you fancy? Like, I fancy Fox in the box. If it's a draw, it finishes 0-0. This is his away leg.
That's a
I
good
think-
result for him, then.
Yeah, I think at home,
Yeah.
and he has been the better team. Like possessions even actually, but he's had more XG, more chances, more. I don't know. It is still quite even though. Not
Louis
we've paused
has
again.
completely taken over. He almost has 3 XG right now.
Oh, sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off again, Gormy. It always seems to be to you. It's a goal for Wildcard. It is now 3-0. Oh, it's going to VAR check. It better be allowed. It is now. It's allowed. It's 3-0 to Wildcard. Magnus Sam is in a lot of trouble, and you can kind of see it on his face as well.
Yep.
He's a bit concerned at this point, and as he should be.
I'm going to just jump in just to try and save your face a little bit here. Gabby Barbosa rains down 1-on-1 for Roy, the £40 million man that Braxton was criticising, who has scored, and he literally passed it to Zach Stefan.
See,
Literally
that's
passed it to him.
Thank you. That does make me feel a little bit better. I'm not going to lie.
It was that bad that you just see the smile coming on Roy's face in embarrassment.
Oh, Martinelli should have scored for Not So Secret. Then that
No.
is poor.
It's the 80th minute between Lewitt and Nashboy. It is tied 1-1. The tactical change that Lewitt changed to, it's kind of a narrow 4-2-2, but he is now going with a front 3 to try and chip a goal his way because he is away right now. So a 1-1 draw, if I were Lewitt, I'd definitely take, being that it is away from home.
Definitely, yeah.
I have just lost my game, so I'll get an update for you as soon as possible. But I don't
Go!
know.
Oh, VAR. Hang on, guys. Bear with. It's a potential VAR check on Foxy. It's been awarded. Edison Cavani. We've got the replay now here. Renan Lodi with a very
Give it
lofted
to
cross.
Eddie Cavani.
Holger heads it
What a
down.
goal.
Cavani off the crossbar. It's a great goal. 1-0.
At
Thankfully,
full
I didn't
time.
miss anything there. It remains 2-1 here. Full time.
Full
as well.
time, 1-1 between Lewitt and Nashboy. Luis Suarez received the ball in deep, made a wonderful move to get around the defender, went 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, and put the ball wide of the net in like the 90th minute. And Lewitt was in complete disbelief. But he's going home, level 1-1. I'm sure he will take that.
Is that the final score? 1-1, Sam?
Yes, it is.
Lewitt 1.
Goals
Oh, if
from
that counts, that is
Aranguiz
a
and
lovely goal
Icardi.
for Magnus Sam. If that does count, it's going to be checked for VAR, but it's been allowed. Magnus Sam has got one back. He's got 20 minutes to go. It's 3-1 to Wildcard. I mean, there's potential here for a comeback, but Magnus Sam has got to pull something out quickly.
If we're not careful, this is going to be not the RTL finals, more like the VAR finals.
So Tom is down 2-1.
That is a full time score as well.
We had a lot of far decisions last season.
What's
though.
that final score for? Sorry.
Roy 2, Tom 1.
Cool.
It's quite a boring second half, to be honest. I don't know if we made some tactical tweaks at half time or not, but they just chance to fill it out. A lot of big chance either way. Obviously, the disallowed bar goal and Gabriel Barbosa passing it to Stefan. But again, when you're looking at that, I think even themselves, I'd love to see that offside decision with the correct offside lines, though.
Yeah.
Very, very tight.
Yeah, time is running out for Magnus Sama here. It's 5 minutes to go. It's still 3-1 to wildcard. I'm not going to lie, judging by everything that I've seen, Sama's literally had one chance and he scored it. Everything else has been wildcard. I can't see a way back for Magnus Sama at this point, but I mean, anything is possible on Football Manager.
Yeah.
We've got 9 minutes remaining. It's a corner for Foxy at the moment. It's dealt with really well headed out by one of the defenders. It's still 1-0. It's a very even game, to be fair. I would say Foxy does actually deserve to be winning. But they've both had 10 on target and Not So Secrets on 17 shots. Foxy's on 20, so it's...
And there's the final whistle.
Cool,
It's
yeah.
wildcard 3, Magnus Sam 1. I mean, that's a fair result if I've ever seen one. Wildcard absolutely dominated that game from start to finish. If Sam got back into that, I think that would have been criminal. No offense to him, but it would have been. He's got a lot to pull out for the next second leg, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's a lot of our decisions, like we said. We had that last season though. Even it was 1993, we had like loads of our decisions. It was like before its time. It's 1-1. Not So
There it is,
Secret
1-1.
has scored.
Late on.
You know a thing or two about late on goals bullions, don't you?
Yes, again, I will retort. Benzema is God. He didn't show up for the first 2 games, and then hello.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Right, we've got a kick-off highlight. It's given away poorly. Bruno is on and goal, and Bravo, by the way, he's on a 7.1. He's been incredible.
Foxy diving behind his top there as well. He'd be getting a yellow card for that stance.
What's happened here? It says replay of a goal has just come up for some odd reason.
I was going to say, is that a red card?
No, it was literally a replay for a goal.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. Some weird bug.
Just say, I love Fox's.
We are now
Camps around, that's
approaching the
quite
half
cool,
time. Oh, final highlight perhaps. 1 minute to go.
Oh, huge chance that, by the way.
This is. Oh no, so sorry. Oh, he's giving the ball away. Is the full time whistle going to go? Looks like we're
It
having
has
last
to
throw
now.
in.
It
This
does
is
look
it.
like an end of game highlight.
I will
doesn't it?
feel hard done by if someone was to
Mhm.
score now. No, yeah, there it is. 1-1, full time.
Few surprises there.
Well,
Some
something
solid
I found
games,
quite
honestly.
amusing was that every single person has scored.
Yep.
So, you know, everyone seems to have doesn't seem to have attacking worries. If there's any worries at the moment, it seems to be defensively because everyone seems to be able to know how to put their ball in the back of the net, which I think for your first game is a bit of a concern. Is always
Yeah.
what if I don't score? You know, especially in draft mode where like there are so many goals,
Yeah.
but everyone able to score against each other, so it could spell for a really exciting second leg.
Yeah, definitely.
Going into the second leg, it's going to be some pretty interesting matches because
Yeah.
for those managers that are down, so Magnus Sam, Tom FM, are they going to go all out from the rip?
If I was Tom,
Or are they going to build up to that towards
If-
the end of the second half?
if
And
I
if
was
so,
Tom,
will it
I
be too
certainly
little
would,
too late?
because Tom's got his home leg coming up. Magna's slightly different because he's got to go
Yeah.
away. But if I was Tom, I wouldn't be overly stressing right now.
Yes.
I'd be fairly confident that my second half performance probably warranted something out of the game,
Mm.
and just try and build on that and, try and take home advantage into it. Magna, I'd be looking at it slightly differently and be probably going for it a bit more because it's away. It's much, much harder.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see how Wildcard plays this with the 3-1 victory at home, though.
Are we saying Ash Boy's the favourite over Lewitt with his home game coming up?
I don't know. I mean, Lewitt absolutely dominated in the second half. Ash Boy dominated for a majority of the first half. I want to say that I would tip Lewitt to win, but I can't.
Ash Boy has had some big surprises so far.
Yeah, for me, if I was to call the second leg in this one, I'd keep it with Wildcard. I haven't seen enough really from Magnus Sam in that one, especially when he seems to just be continuing with this narrow formation that he switched to for the second half. And although it went better because the second half was 1-1 in the end, I mean, I didn't see enough there to fill me with a lot of hope for Magnus Sam that he could overturn a 2-goal deficit. I think it might be a bit too much without him making any more drastic changes. But as we know, Sam is very much a seasoned vet when it comes to drafts at this point. And if anyone can do it, it'll be him.
Do we want to swap games, by the way, or do we want to continue watching the games we're already watching? I'm just thinking.
Stick with him.
Yeah. All right. No worries.
If I was Magnus Sam, I'd be very tempted to, have a fairly low defensive line and just launching the ball. You're going to soak up that away pressure a bit more, but you're also going to get those chances in behind because Wildcard, as much as he's got the 2-goal advantage right now, cannot sit deep.
No.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And looking at Sam's formation there, he's got 2 strikers, but one's Zapata, one's Richarlison. I'm not really, as much as they're decent strikers, there isn't that name there or that I know for a fact could destroy Wildcard if they're on form. Obviously, I know he's not in the draft pool, but someone like a Haaland or something like that. I mean, I picked Dybala. If I saw that name coming towards me, I'd be like, "Oh my god, there's a hat trick on the cards here for one of these strikers." I'm looking at Zapata and Richarlison, and in my opinion, anyway, I don't see a hat trick in either of those. So goals have got to come from multiple areas of the pitch for Sam to overturn.
I've seen Zapata score quite a lot of goals before.
Yeah, Zapata is definitely capable of scoring goals. I don't know if he's a similar sort of price to Dybala as well. I think he is sort of that kind of mold of striker. I don't think he's quite got the name, but he's similar sort of ability in my opinion. Richarlison, I much prefer as a support striker. I'd much rather have him either on the wing or as a deep liar.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm saying here he's got him as an advanced. So I don't disagree with it. It's not how I'd personally do it, but he's picked those players to do that. He'll back himself. I think looking at this game, I think I would still have Roy as a slight favourite. I think Roy was the better team. Home advantage, as we've said, can swing things, and I don't think Tom was out of that game by any stretch of the imagination. He has probably the best front three in this draft right now. So there's definitely goals in Tom's team if he can get the service up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all kicked off here at the start now. So Magnus Sam does look a bit concerned. I'm not even going to lie. I'm not even sure he thinks he might be able to overturn this. He knows the strength of Wildcard.
Look, we've got the Screamer Showdown. Look. Banners. Look.
Oh, that's a huge mistake. 4 minutes in. That's a shocker. An absolute shocker. It's played to Zach Stefan. He just plays it straight into the path of Gabi Barbosa. And the £40 million man doesn't make any mistake this time. Really, really poor mistake. He's just got to get red. He just has to get red. You're just about to see this coming up now, Jono.
What game's that on?
One that you've got on screen.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. You see Tom, he walks away and discussed it as well.
Yeah.
That is such a huge goal at this stage as well. That's 3-1 on aggregate to Roy now. He's not done a huge amount wrong in the first 5 minutes, as much as you can't judge that. But that is a disgusting situation from Zach Steffen. Gabriel Jesus is now injured as well. Tom is up against it. I feel from him because he has been in this game and then he's had that big goalkeeping mistake and then an injury to probably his star man.
Yeah.
Well, like I said earlier, the goalkeeper pool was going to be an interesting one.
Oh,
to
never
keep an eye
mind.
on.
Angel Mena, who he subbed on for Gabriel Jesus, has just scored. As I was just saying, I feel for him. It's a great ball through from Gio Reyna. Mena runs onto it. No mistake with the finish. I'm not sure what Roy's goalkeeper's doing, but that equals up the goalkeeping
We
mistakes.
picked the right game this time.
Lewitt just got hosed on a foul. His player got clean taken out and nothing. And Ashboy goes down and goes 2-1 up on aggregate. Goal scored by Paulo Dybala.
Oh, we've got a penalty here, guys, for not so secret. We have a VAR. It's obviously going to be given, and it is. Who's going to take it? That's the question. I think it's Herrera. Could be mistaken. Bear with me. As someone steps up. No, it's Jimenez. He steps up, and it's a solid finish. It's 2-1 on aggregate to not so secret.
I'm actually just going to stand corrected. Mena was not subbed on for Gabriel Jesus. It was Jonathan Guayano, who I've just butchered the pronunciation of, who has also picked up an orange injury that has got him in red heart. And
Lewitt has equalized. A header from a corner to Vincent Sanchez.
Oh, goal for wild card at this point. Like it's 4-0 now for wild card. Bank the Sam is just in the mud here massively. I think his time in this competition might be done. I mean, I could be proven wrong, but at this point, I'm not seeing any way back.
Oh,
here as well.
We're going to have VAR checking it, so I'll go to Don quickly.
Just a simple ball through for Muriel. Muriel finishes. I think for me, Tom's really going to have another forced substitution with the striker. Is really up against it now.
Yeah.
Both
of the showdown drafters out.
Yeah, so not so secret went 2-0 up. Bruno Henrique has scored in the 21st minute. He's now 3-1 up. I can't remember if away goals are a thing, but either way, it's a slight problem for Foxy.
I think if Tom had spent the money that he spent on Zach Steffen on Muslera instead,
Goal.
it would have made a difference.
Sorry to cut in, but it's 3-0 to not so secret. It's come from a long goal kick by Guzman here. Bruno Henrique header it down. Herrera, easy, really. 3-0.
Oh, Jonathan David hits the post for Lewitt. They're still tied 1-1 in the second leg, so 2-2 on aggregate.
Tom's making some tweaks here. He doesn't have another striker on the bench. He's just brought Joe Linton on for Valverde at half-time to try and get an extra man up top. The problem is he's got his Joe Linton is not an actual striker anymore. Yeah. And on top of that, he's got Jonathan Guayano.
We might have another penalty here, folks. Sorry, Don, for the interruption. But his penalty has been awarded. It's for Foxy. It could be 3-1 here.
Comebacks on.
Olga, and it is 3-1. 35th minute penalty scores. Foxy's still got a chance.
Some big changes happening here with Magnus Sam. He is going 3 up top at this point. He is throwing caution to the wind. He needs 3 goals at this point to get back into it. So he is literally throwing caution to the wind. He's got the 3 up top. He's pushing his fullbacks further forward. I mean, at this point, you do have to go for it. It's risky, but he's got to do it.
Yeah.
A couple of big chances here for Tom. First one was for Jonathan Guayano. Played him through, and just that injury is playing up for him. Second one was a header from the corner, and again, just slightly over the bar. It was unlucky. But Tom is far from out of this, but I think he needs a bit of help soon.
Oh, Lewitt may have gone 3-2 up on aggregate. I believe it is going to be offsides, though.
Oh, we've got a red
It
card
is
here.
goal disallowed.
Ooh.
We have a red card here. Luis Vermicio has missed a header for Roy. Jonathan Guarianos ran through on goal, and it's a second yellow because Luis Vermicio just tripped him up. It's a red card for the team, but it brings Tom right back into this game.
Oh, it's a goal for Richarlison. Magnus Sam does get one back now against Wildcard. It's 1-1 in this game, 4-2 on aggregate. I mean,
You jinxed him.
anyone
You
can
said
do
Magnus-
it. It's Magnus
you said-
Sam.
you said Magnus Sam.
We're half time here, by the way. It's 3-1 to Not So Secret. Foxy's got a lot to do in the next 45 minutes, but he can still turn it around.
There's the potential of extra time between Ashboy and Lewitt Gaming.
Ooh. It's been a very tight game.
It's paused currently on the 90th minute with 3 minutes added time. We're trying to make a quick change. There is a highlight right before the end. And Ashboy hits the post, but it would have been offsides anyways.
Oh, goal here for Wildcard. It's Louis Diaz again. It's Wildcard 2, Magnus Sam 1, and it almost feels like any hopes of Magnus Sam coming back into it is just absolutely going down the drain at this point. I do feel sorry for him because he is really throwing caution to the wind, but Wildcard managed to take advantage of the gaps and put the ball into the back of the net.
All right, Lewitt and Ashboy heading into extra time.
Ooh.
It's a reason why Lewitt won the original Road to Legends tournament that we just had with the 92-93 database. And then Ashboy just won the qualifiers. So this is definitely living up to the hype.
Definitely.
We have a goal! We have a goal! Fox in the Box has made it 3-2.
Ooh,
It's
all
no
to play for.
VAR, it's an actual goal. Lodi with a
Oh,
lovely cross into the box. And I believe it's Alvarez near post. Beats the keeper easy. It's 3-2. Fox in the Box is back in it.
Ooh.
oh, it just goes from bad to worse for Magnus Sam. He's down to 10 men.
Oh.
Kai Samero has been sent off for him now. It's just, I really do just feel bad for him at this point. It's just not
Roy
that
is down to 9. Roy is down to 9.
Goal! Goal! And it's Not So Secret. He's made it 4-2. Jimenez has scored again. Oh, yeah. It's
unlucky. Nearly came
It is
back.
very unlucky, to be fair, but the replay will be stopped because Fox is obviously making changes.
Ooh, that would have been an absolute wonder goal from Lewitt's side. Still level. Halftime in extra time.
So just to confirm here, Roy is leading
Goal!
tonight 4-2.
We have a goal. We have a goal. It's 4-3. I'm sorry, Don. It's 4-3. Fox in the Box. 62
What a
minutes
game.
have gone, and it's 4. Do you know what I said to you earlier? I was getting bored of the game. Well,
Yeah, this one's
Edison
up.
Cavani's made it 4-3.
Come
Roy
on,
Like
is
a
let's
good
go.
highlight.
This game is not over yet, though. As much as Tom needs 3 goals, Roy is down to 9 men. Tom still has a full 11. It's very much open in the air, but just over half an hour to go. Tom certainly believes he can get back into it.
It's a red card for Wildcard. It's
Oh,
cards everywhere.
10 men on
It's
each
a-
side.
Lewitt may have just gone up.
It's a goal again. It's all going off, guys. It's Not So Secret. It's just made it 5-3.
Goal awarded. Lewitt is up 3-2 on aggregate. Mauro Icardi, assisted by Jonathan David.
This has been a quality game.
Mm.
I've had 4 goals in like 9 minutes. It was
Oh, unbelievable scenes here. The 9 men of Roy have scored. It is going to VAR, but the 9 men of Roy, it's awarded. Luis Muriel has scored for the 9 men of Roy.
And Tom is nowhere to be seen.
Do you remember
Well-
when everyone in this chat said that Tom drafted the best team?
Well, that's full time here. It's 5-2 finished now on aggregate to Riley. Magnus Sam is unfortunately out of the competition. Wildcard will be going into the next round and looking strong too.
Congratulations, wildcard.
Lewitt Gaming is moving on.
Oh my god.
3-2 on aggregate.
It's 5-4. Nunes has just scored an absolute belter. And sorry, Gormy, what was the
3-2 Lewitt.
Ooh.
Extra time.
Every time that Tom goes forward, he's just like, how are we not scoring right now? He's outnumbering Roy in every department and just can't get the ball in the net. Unsurprisingly, outnumbering him in every department, I might add.
Oh, what a round! How many red cards have we had?
I had 2 in mine.
And there was
There's been 4 red cards
Four.
across all of the games
Yeah, it's
because
mad,
I
isn't
can
it?
see the
Yeah.
list of everything on my screen. So yeah, there's been 4 red cards, only across 2 of the games technically, because 2 of them haven't even had any red cards. So
and none of them have for down.
nope.
Just looking at Foxy's system, and he's changing up. He's throwing everyone up, as he would.
Oh no, there's a free kick on the D. Oh, it's a great save. He's saying it's another fantastic save.
Oh, Tom's got one back. Jonathan Goriano, 15 minutes to go. He needs 2 more goals to get to extra time, where he'd be a huge favourite, obviously. But he still sounds like he's not convinced his team's going to get it.
Oh my god, we've got a goal. We've got a goal. VAR, 84th minute. There is a goal. It's being checked. It's being checked. It's awarded. It's 5-5. It's 5-5. Foxy's done the absolute
Unreal.
Cavani
Julian
whips him
Alvarez.
across, and it's Alvarez once again. And wow, breathtaking stuff.
I think this knockout thing's made it more
Oh!
interesting.
Oh, we've got 8 minutes to go. Tom is now 1 behind. Gio Reyna with the goal.
The future Captain America.
We could have both.
I thought the
of
fullback messed it up for him. But Campos just got it to Reyna, who just finished the dreams. Finish the dreams for the American.
It's paused here. 92 minutes gone. We've got 5 minutes of added time, so 3 left. It's going to
Get
get
in
extra
chat.
time. It looks like
Anyone who's watching in chat, are Tom and Fox both going to pull it back and go
Right,
through?
this
to
is
the next round?
incredible stuff, by the way.
Oh,
Like this second half has been mind blowing.
oh.
If we have any
Oh.
mods in chat, can we get that done as a mod? As a
Can we get that done as a
can we
as
get
a
that
poll?
done as poll? That's on, yeah.
So just to recap, guys, did it finish? Ashboy 1, Lewitt 2, 3-2 aggregate, yeah?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, 3-2
wild
aggregate,
card was
extra time.
2-1, 5-5.
Lewitt.
No,
winning
it was
3-2.
5-2 on aggregate.
5-2, sound.
if you want it, Billions, I've got the blank one without out the table. If you want that.
No, I've
Yeah.
already got a template that you sent
Cool.
me, but I've just added the logo at the top corner.
Cool.
It's working. It's just making sure the results are right before I send it off.
Cool.
Right, so we are obviously you guys can see on the screen anyway, but extra time. We're just waiting for Not So Secret. Tense for both of them. Like, I'll be honest, I would rather lose an extra time than on penalties. So hopefully someone goes for it here, but it's so even again. Both have got 20 exactly the same shots as last game.
Tom right now is literally begging the ref for every minute of injury time. that
I
he
know
can get.
he goes 10 minutes of extra time.
So we're just here we go. We are again
Content. We
going
need
after
another
some
Tom goal.
pauses. We need
For
a Tom
content,
goal. We need. I don't know what's going on. We have a highlight day, guys. 100 minutes played. Who knows where this could go? I'll be honest. As Guzman, Fox and Box, Varney. Oh
We need another
my
screen.
word! Fantastic save. Fantastic save. We have a corner for Fox in the box. It's really come to nothing. I'll be
Don,
honest.
did you just hear Roy?
Yeah, sweating his balls. I tried not to comment it because nobody else could hear that but me.
Who's got adverts on? I can hear adverts in the background of the stream.
Oh, it's full time here. Roy has held on just. I don't think he could have held on much longer, but he's scraped it with his men. He's going to have no first choice centre backs for the next game, but he's through.
Oh, that's hilarious. Extra time of extra time. The second half of extra time.
I can't believe that Tom lost that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at when you look at the stats, he should have
Like,
battered Roy.
1.27 XG for Roy and 2 red cards. Tom had
Oh
over 3 XG.
no, it's a goal for Not So Secret, and I think it's quite a clumsy mistake from the defenders and goalkeeper. Really, they should have done better. But just before 109 minutes, it's
Oh, unlucky.
unlucky goal to concede.
No, in this case, it's not over though. This game so far, it's not over.
Foxy's just trying his best to really change up. He doesn't really know what he can do, to be honest. Just making little tweaks here and there. Hopefully he can do something. It is 109 minutes played.
Throw everything at it. We have been talking, really. Straight edge. What are you on about? Oh, it's been so tight.
You can tell how tense it is just by the fact
Yeah.
that there's literally changes happening every like 5 to 10 minutes here, like in game
Yeah.
time. Like they seem to be reacting to absolutely every tiny little detail past this point because, I mean, if you slip up now, it's game over. Like, if Fox concedes another one, that is literally game over. And if Not So Secret concedes here, you would have to back Fox just for the momentum that he'll get right at the death of it. Like, it's so tense. They have to react to literally every single situation.
Yeah, it's not over yet, how this game's been. Hey, Tom with the raid. Really appreciate that, mate.
Thank you, Tom.
Commiserations.
Welcome, guys.
Thanks for coming on.
Very unfortunate.
Welcome
way
to the
go
stream,
out.
guys.
Yeah. I think if
We
that
are just-
game went on for literally 2 minutes more, Tom was
Yeah.
battered in
So-
that door.
He was
Tom's
he was right there.
It was 2 mistakes from your
That was
goalkeeper,
mental.
Gormy, that really cost
Yeah,
them
but
the
I
game.
said that Muslera he would have been the better bet. But Gio Reyna did come up big in that game. I
He
thought
did.
Gio Reyna was going to add another one there late, but
We're coming to the final stages here. It's been paused again. I think Not So Secret. I can't really see because I'm not watching his stream. But if I was Not So Secret with 5 minutes to go, I would be time wasting all of the time and getting my defensive units. We have got one highlight though here. It's a throw in late on for Not So Secret.
Yeah, so unlucky. I don't know how you didn't score, Tom.
yeah, Gio
but
was
massive
solid.
thanks for coming on.
Stefan, that's how he is in reality as well.
Sorry, we've got a goal, and that I'm afraid is probably game, set, and match. It's Gabriel Martinelli for Not So Secret. It's 7-5. It's 8-6 on aggregate.
The two favourites are out.
Fox in the box seems a bit deflated, but what a game he's given here, to be honest. It's been an absolute magical show to watch. And
I mean, to come back like he did was unbelievable.
You've got to back
honestly,
Not So Secret as one of the favourites.
but we've got a highlight here again. It's Darwin Núñez on the ball. It's in. It's VAR again. Honestly, VAR is actually doing my nutting, but.
Were you complaining about
What do I
5
have to
minutes
do?
ago that Fox versus Not So Secret was a boring game?
Disallowed. It's disallowed. It's 7-5. Darwin Núñez goal ruled out, and that's it. Full time. 7-5.
Unlucky Fox.
8-6
Unlucky
in aggregate.
Fox.
Unlucky
What a
dude. It
game.
was a valiant effort.
That could have been one of the best games in Road to Legends history. That was epic.
And Bullions was saying it wasn't an entertaining tie as well.
Yeah,
Straight
it
after
was.
that first
Yeah,
leg, he said he
I
got
don't
the
know what
first
he's
drop.
talking about there. That's unbelievable.
That's
Like,
up
look
there
at
with.
the XG
You're putting
match
words
score.
in my mouth, right? I said at 0-0. This is. I've had the worst luck, and now my luck has changed again. But like I said, wait. To be fair, Don, I need you to quickly recap to me what the Tom FM score was. The
was
normal
3.
score.
It was 3-3 and Roy won 5-3 on aggregate.
You mean 5-4?
Yes, I do.
It's making up scores now.
To be fair, I misread it. It was a quick bit, double check and misread.
The only problem for Not So Secret there is looking at the match stats towards the end is the amount of bookings that he got. Like he's got so many people, especially if they weren't booked in the first game, that are at risk of suspension here. And I mean, you'd want to get, if you're going to get suspensions, you want them out the way early. But there are so many players that got booked in that game that is every area of his pitch that is currently in trouble of missing players. And you really don't want that, especially if you get through to the latter stages.
Yeah.
Just double checking, see if we've got the fixture list. So,
Yeah, commiserations there again as well.
Not So Secret will be against Lewitt, if I'm right in thinking. And it will be Roy versus Wildcard, if I'm right in thinking it. And I've got the right people that have gone through, and I've not just rubbed salt into somebody's wounds. So I think, looking at that, Roy definitely has 2 centre-back suspensions for the first leg. He's going to be uncomfortable with that. As you've mentioned there, there's a few other red cards.
Highly uncomfortable.
Yeah. He did say that he could bring Edson Alvarez back as a makeshift centre-back, and I wouldn't call him a makeshift centre-back, but he's obviously playing him in the midfield. So I found that quite an interesting comment. So he does have 2 fairly decent centre-backs still left, but you know, if you're seeing one of them on a yellow card after 20 minutes, your kind of maybe borrowing Bradshaw's whoopee cushion to use a pun.
He is. He's still in the straight edge. He just knocked out Sam.
This is gonna be some interesting matches here.
I didn't hear a lot of the commentary because I was trying to listen in on Tom and Roy for that second one. What was the situation within Ash Lewitt there? Was it close or?
It went to extra time, and it went all the way down to the wire. But Icardi came through for Lewitt. I mean, it was. Lewitt made a
big
very
news. Sorry, just to
interesting
interrupt.
tactic.
Edson Alvarez, the makeshift centre back, is also suspended.
Wow.
Roy has one centre back available.
That's huge.
Play
That is
one
huge.
center back formation.
That's going to be huge news for
Yeah.
Riley. I'm not going to lie. Like he already looked strong in the last couple of games against Ham, and then to go against a side that is struggling with their defense because half of them are suspended, like that's a worry for Roy. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
agree.
definitely.
I think I just missed putting Alvarez
Hey,
back as a
Fox
makeshift
with
centre
the
back
raid.
because it was safe, but it's difficult to look. Fox,
Thank
this one
you,
you're rating in,
Foxy.
buddy.
Thank
for
you,
the
mate.
rating.
Honestly, I watched your game, Foxy, and
What's the
watching
game?
you put it back to 5-5 was incredible.
That was
Um,
insane.
It could have gone either way as well. So thank you for taking part, man. That was
Yeah.
that was the best game of Football Manager I've
I
watched in a
think
long
that's
time.
I think that's up there with the Badger game last week against Straight Edge.
I think no, that's better than the Badger game last week.
Right, so guys,
Does
should
he
we
talk?
do?
You talk about the one that Akinfenwa scored?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that game was better. That
So
game was
I've got
brilliant. I'm agreing with Brilliant. That's the best one I've seen in a long time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
we,
phenomenal.
probably the best game in Road to Legends
Should we
history.
do the same things we did last time with the semis? We'll obviously Jono can switch from whichever one. I'd get Gormy to call the first half of Roy versus Wildcard. Bragster can do the second half of that game, and then Not So Secret Lewitt. Don can do the first half, and then I'll do the second half. At least we all get to call some of the action, and then I don't know what we do for the final.
Yeah.
Just
No,
3-4, I suppose.
You'll have one of those games up, Brilliant. So while I'm just getting links because
Yeah, I've got Lewitt's up at the moment.
yeah, so I'll let you do the first half then, just so I can get switched across.
Yeah, I'm pulling up
Aye.
Roy right
Yeah,
now.
okay. Yeah, no worries. That's fine. Yeah, GG's Foxy. Thank you again for taking
Yeah.
part. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Massive thanks.
What is going on here? That's what's happened. Look, sent.
Oh my
Well,
days. Riley has 1, 2, 3, 4 suspensions. His left back's gone, his right back's gone, and one of his centre backs have gone. One of his midfielders have gone as well. It's suspension galore between Roy and Riley here. Like they're not going to have their full strength teams whatsoever. Like that's how intense they went into the last games. Like they've gotten rid of most of their players here. I mean, luckily for Riley, looking at his bench, he seems to have a few options on the bench, but he did invest heavily in attack for that bench, so he might have to be forced into changing formation here.
Yeah.
Can I just say, regardless who wins this competition, I am very jealous of Not So Secret's hair. That is a nice haircut, man. Muzza, thanks for popping in, pal. It's nice
Yeah,
to see you, mate.
thanks.
I'm doing second half here, Brilliant, I'm not.
That team.
You can do first now if you're ready, because I'm literally just doing the Twitter stuff.
Yeah, I'll do first.
I can't believe all the suspension.
It's insane, isn't it? It really is
Mental.
insane.
Is it 3 suspensions apiece?
No, 3 and
Four
then
on my
4.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So basically, they have no bench between them.
Yeah.
No. And looking at it, obviously, I know you've got Riley on screen now. If you have a look at his bench, he only drafted one defender for his bench. And he has lost all of them. So he's going to have to drop Fabinho into that defense, and he's also going to have to put someone in defense that's usually a midfielder, because otherwise he'll have literally nobody. It's insane.
He can just have Freddie Adu play center back.
I mean, the benefit that he's got is he's still got Captain Canada. He's still got Scotty Arfield. And Scotty Arfield does things that Scotty Arfield should not be able to do. But, I mean, when his bench is literally going to be Freddie Adu,
Yeah.
I'd be nervous.
Yeah.
And he's also got a disadvantage again. This is why I've said a lot of times, in an 18-man pool, I never draft a second goalkeeper. Because right now,
Yeah,
that's someone
I
else that
never
would
do.
pull you out of this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I never do.
Well, Winger Magno has just gone at right back. So, I mean, if I was Roy at this point, I'd be targeting that side of the pitch so much, because there is no way that he's going to be able to have any defensive ability to cover anything there. I know Fabinho's a decent centre-back, but even he's not the most natural there. So I think there's definitely a weakness in Riley's side. But judging by what I saw last time, he can score a lot of goals. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of goals in this game.
Neither would I. Given the huge lack of defenders both sides, that game's the game that's going to have goals, you would expect. Watch this be the boring 0-0 now, by the way. Enjoy your 0-0, Bragster.
That's fine. I've got the second half.
We're just about to kick off here as well.
All right. This is going to be one interesting game. And wow, okay, there's almost a goal immediately. Now, what will be really interesting is which team dominates the ball more, being that they're both missing some defenders.
I think the real question we need to ask is, who do you think is going to take each leg at the moment? Like, I think Not So Secret is someone who can definitely beat the champion.
Yeah. I think Not So Secret has gone into this game literally looked at
I think Not So Secret's the favourite to win it.
To then make changes, because we have been paused right from the second that the dressing room has gone out. We are away now, though. We are away now.
Rafinha is going in. Oh, that was a cheeky little pass from Rafinha.
Why can't I just see his cam, not the game?
Who's that?
Not So Secret. Oh, we've got a goal, though. We've got a goal. It's an absolute cluster of a mess. The ball's back pass to Ederson. And Hector Herrera slide tackles Ederson and scores with the slide tackle.
Yeah, having just seen the replay.
Rafinha
That's
puts
poor.
wild card up 1-0. Header at the back post.
I would also say, Don, that back pass by Alexandro was dreadful.
It was, yes. It was one of those back passes, you know, when your youth team coach, when you're 5 years old, says, do not play it across the face of your own goal. That is exactly what Alexandro did. And when you're spending the amount of money that Alexandro costs for a left back in this game, that's not what you want that left back to do.
No, Alexandra was struggling for him against Ash.
Yeah, I think he's probably one of those players that probably sneaked the players to avoid list. It's off the post. Never mind. Just because of the amount of players to avoid in this pool. But he probably is a player to avoid. But right now, this looks like a Not So Secret is very, very on top.
I think Not So Secret's favourite to win it now.
I wouldn't rule out wildcard. I'm not going to lie. He's been very strong in this game so far. He shut out Roy completely. It's just wildcard looks very, very strong today.
Yeah, Roy doesn't.
Huge chance.
He didn't look like he was able to do anything in that first half.
I can't believe that man.
Yeah. Lewis hit the bar. I can't remember the striker that hit it, but he hit the bar off the line and out. Huge bit of bad luck for him. And Not So Secret's taking that warning because he's paused straight after it to make some changes.
So whoever is calling the other game, what can he tell us? Is anyone making any chances?
I mean,
No.
wild card has been dominant so far. Roy hasn't really had a single chance.
No, not at all. Like, although to be fair with Wildcard, is he's got more bookings again. He seems to be really good in the attack, but in the defense, he seems to be giving away a lot of bookings. Which, I mean, he's already had a few suspensions, and he's just going to get more and more as the games go on at this rate. It's a bit ridiculous, but it seems to be working for him. I might bite him at some point, but so far it has not, and he just it seems to have all of the chances at the moment.
I should just update because obviously you guys have got Not So Secret on screen.
Yeah.
That pause was actually due to an injury. He has another orange injury as well, Not So Secret there in James Rodriguez, which will affect him. But because I'm on Lewis' screen, I didn't realise that was for an injury.
Yeah.
What is the time in the other game?
In the other game,
56th minute.
Oh, let's do Gabriel Martinelli. It's a horrific misheader from the defender, and Gabriel Martinelli just goes in. He slots it home. He did come on as a substitute for the injury, but really not good defending from Davinson Sanchez here. He cannot be missing that, and he's completely misread it. And Martinelli's anticipated him missing it as well.
Still all to play for, though. Remember, people in the chat, this is the first leg of the semi-finals of the finals of the Road to Legends. Anything can happen in Football Manager.
we just had another chance.
Such as an injured James Rodriguez has scored. Done something he could never do for Everton. But he has put Not So Secret 3-0 up.
Bragster, sorry, what was you saying, Bragster? Before
Oh, it was
the
just
interruption?
Yeah, no worries. Goals are way more important. It was just another chance for Wildcard. We've just seen the first shot on target for Roy going into the 75th minute. Like, Wildcard has just completely shut him out, and I don't know how he has shut him out with having almost no defenders and having a winger at right back, but he has. Whatever this tactic is for Wildcard seems to work to an absolute T with his players. It is brilliant.
Yep.
Not So Secret is a long ball merchant.
We love that.
3-0 here, and I am going to hand over to Bullions, and I'm going to take my bathroom break, guys, as well.
Thank you, Don. So yeah, it's half time. I'm currently just viewing what Lewis is doing. He's making some tactical changes. Playing a 4-2-4. Obviously, he's just changing them all to attack, really. He is in some serious trouble if he wants to do anything about retaining his championship. He has to do something.
Not been done yet.
We have just kicked off.
No one's retained.
And there's a chance already. 48 minutes played. Hector Herrera's fourth of the tournament, and it's 4-0. And you'd like to think that Not So Secret cemented his place into the final already. But again, Lewis only needs to score like a couple, and then the home leg for Lewis, anything can happen.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Early days, 48 minutes.
There was literally another chance for Wildcard there, like one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The keeper managed to save it for Roy and probably save him from going any further down than he already is. He's only 1-0 down. And I mean, after this game, I'm not going to lie, 1-0 is flattering for Roy. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. That it really is flattering. And Roy will take that. Going into the home leg next, he's going to have a few of his players back from suspension. I think both camps will be happy with the result here. But I think Roy's going to take that confidence that he's going to have some of his better players back, and that maybe he'll be able to take the game to Riley a little bit more in that second leg.
So it's 1-0 to
Yeah, Wildcard absolutely dominated that game.
Lovely stuff. Just update the scores for Twitter. Yeah, we've got a corner here for Lewitt. It's been cleared away. Not so secret. Looks like it's going to be. Oh no, it's a throw in. Never mind. We are an hour played. 4-0 still. Not quite sure what Lewitt can do. But we will press on. He's having a good time though. He's got Ashboy in the chat. Does seem confident. It has been paused, so I think Not So Secret's making some changes. Lewitt is going to make some changes as well. He's going to go 3 up top. He's putting Luis Suarez on. Luis Suarez is getting on the pitch. He's probably going to bite someone. I joke, Luis Suarez. If you ever watch this, I joke. Don't sue me, okay? Please. But yeah, Not So Secret still making some changes. He does seem to be very good at making certain changes, and the game swings his way as we're in. Icardi has put the ball in net for Lewitt. It's VAR though, because it's disallowed.
Oh, he needed that, didn't he?
He did. He really did.
I mean, it's
fair
clear
enough.
cut. That's not even a VAR decision. That is a disgrace that VAR's taking that on, by the way.
Whoever that linesman is needs to get his eyes tested, because that was miles off. What else can we do? Not So Secret though. 4-0 up still.
I'm just looking at the XG here, and as much as you would say that Not So Secret has been on top, Lewitt can feel extremely hard done by on this scoreline.
Yeah, he's just 2.0, 212 now for him. Not So Secret is on a 3-4-4. Again, it's been pretty even. He's had more of the possession as we have a last-minute corner. It's cleared away, but still Not So Secret is on the attack. And McAllister, can he swing in the ball? He does so. It's there again. Simeone's at the post.
What a massive
Oh,
block.
Edison's did a save. Oh, Sanchez has blocked it. Sorry. We have another corner.
Yeah, sorry for jumping in there, Billions. That was just
it was exciting. It was exciting indeed. Martinelli, yes. Suarez has cleared it. Back in though again. He doesn't really need to be hounding the door, but he is. And it's a silly challenge from Icardi. And it's probably going to be all she wrote. One last free kick. Here comes McAllister to take it. And it's
I will be
away.
right back, Braxter. You get the first half if I'm not back in time.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries, mate.
Here's Diego Carlos. Luis Suarez. I thought he was getting sent off then. He was already on the booking. He's been on the pitch for 7 minutes and he's already got a booking. That is Luis Suarez.
Yep.
That is full time here. 4-0 to the goods. It's Not So Secret. And I'll be back. I'm just going to update the Twitch.
No worries.
Twitter.
Lewitt
Twitter.
has to score first in this next game. Lewitt has to score first. I mean, as I said there, I feel like he'll feel very, very hard done by to be this margin down.
Yeah.
But if he does not score first, it's all she wrote for him, I think. I don't think he can concede and go through.
Yeah.
The question I would have is Not So Secret going to concede 5 goals without scoring?
Don't think so.
Yeah, it's going to be a close game in this for the second leg of this one. I've been listening into Riley and Roy's conversations with each other. They very much feel on the same playing field. They think this is still all to play for. You know, that margin is only 1 goal. That's so easy to overturn in Football Manager anyway, let alone when you've got players coming back from suspension. I think both of them are actually quite concerned about their defence. Just the fact that they're having to play so many matches, so many people that still like risk of suspensions if they move forward. I think both of them are hyper aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. I mean, Roy's got to change something from the last game because Riley, I know I keep saying it over and over again tonight, but he dominated that game. This is 3 games on the bounce now that he is absolutely dominated. He is the one to watch here. Like, this is where Roy will completely, absolutely overturn it and destroy him in the next game. But for me, Riley just, every single time I seem to doubt a decision or doubt something that he's done, he seems to like score or something goes his way, and he's been looking relaxed the entire evening as well. I think it's going to be a really entertaining game here. If I was to take a pick as to which one will go through, I will go with Riley. I think at this rate, from what I've seen, Riley looks like possibly the strongest competitor at the moment. Just in terms of attack and defense, he's been solid at both ends in every single game. So, winning the first round 5-2, he hasn't conceded more than one goal yet. And Roy needs to do that to overturn this deficit.
Yeah,
it's going to be difficult for Roy, that's for sure.
Yeah. On this end, Lewitt has 2 suspensions, but to both his wing backs, which obviously is going to make things a lot harder for him. On top of that, to make things even worse, he has 3 starters and 2 players on his bench, 1 yellow away from a suspension in the event that he does manage to turn it round.
Yeah.
So he has to go for it. He has to be making these challenges, and it's not a great spot to be in when you're looking at that many suspensions when you need to chase this much.
Yeah.
I don't know what not so secret suspension list is like, because I didn't get time to quickly switch, but he does have a full 17-man squad.
Yep.
Well, it's all kicked off here already between Wildcard and Roy. I mean, by the looks of it, from what I can see, I don't think Roy's actually changed that much going into this one. I think he's trying to trust his system. Obviously, he is away from home, so there is a disadvantage there for sure. Wildcard seems to have an early chance here. Whether he can take advantage of it, I don't know just yet, but Wildcard's strength, especially at home, I just can't see it happening. And it could be a penalty. It could be a penalty here. I think it will be a penalty for Wildcard. He's got the potential of going 1-up in this leg and 2-0 up overall. It is awarded. It is officially awarded now. I don't know. I'm going to see who is going to be taking the penalty for Wildcard. Who's it going to be? Martinez steps up again. And he puts the ball into the back of the net. I don't think there was any doubt there. It's 10 minutes into the game. It's 1-0 to Wildcard, 2-0 overall. And Roy is in a lot of trouble and will need to change things. And he already is changing things to go a bit more attacking. He knows he's in a bit of trouble here and is trying to make trying to change the game massively.
We're still waiting to kick off here. Not so secret. It's making tweaks again.
It could be an equaliser here. Sorry to cut you off, Don. It could be an equaliser here. It is awarded. It's an equaliser for Roy. Straight away, his changes worked. He had a free kick from his own half. It was put over the top of the defence, and his striker, Muniz, put it into the back of the net. It's 1-1 here, 2-1 on aggregate.
I was just saying, while I was waiting on this game kicking off, when that penalty came up, it is an absolute criminal challenge from the defender as well. The guy's going away from goal. It's one of those ones that when you're managing and you're chasing a game and you see that challenge, you are absolutely fuming. We are now kicked off here as well, though.
Roy definitely looks happy that he's got that goal in. Definitely something you would needed, you would agree, Bragster.
Yeah, it was a pure relief from Roy, I think. I think he was thinking very much the same as me. Wildcard has been so strong game after game after game, going 1-0 down so early on away from home. It almost spelled disaster. But since making a few changes, Roy has managed to get back into this game. Momentum has kind of shifted in this one. I think there's going to be a lot more goals in this. We're only 15 minutes in. It's a goal. It actually is a goal. For Gabby goal. Gabriel Barbosa has scored.
It's that man.
The man, the myth, the legend, Gabriel Barbosa scores for Roy. It's 2-1 now. It's level pegging on aggregate.
Lewitt here is on top, but he just can't hit the back of the net. He's had one big chance from a corner and then one there, where it was played through, I think it was Jonathan David, who beats the keeper but hits the corner of the bar in the post. And from that, Lewitt, not so secret's gone up the other end and scored from a corner. Lewitt can feel extremely hard done by that first leg result, and now he finds himself 1-0 down against the run of play here.
So I've missed an eventful first half.
Oh yeah, you have. There's been 3 goals already. It's level pegging. It's just end-to-end football, non-stop here. I mean, Wildcard is literally on the attack again. He's got a lovely chance, and it's a goal. Luis Diaz, who has scored multiple goals for Riley throughout the competition so far. It's Wildcard 2, Roy 2, and 3-2 on aggregate for Wildcard. Its momentum is shifting from side to side in this game, and I don't think it's over just yet. We're only 25 minutes in. There's a lot more action still to come.
I think the more I'm watching this game, the more if I was Lua, I would wish I could punch my strikers. As I say that, Not So Secret has gone up the other end from a big chance, and Hector Herrera has scored again. It is 6-0 Not So Secret on aggregate, 2-0 on the night. And Lewitt must just be scratching his head thinking, what does he have to do to get those strikers of his that are capable of scoring goals to actually score goals?
Oh, that would have been a banger right there.
That was a lovely chance for Wildcard. Yet again for him. And he's had another chance here from a free kick. I mean, Wildcard seems to be on top again here. It's literally shifting from side to side throughout this entire game. It's ridiculous at this point.
We've got Lewitt has scored. Mauro Icardi has turned up finally and scored for Lewitt.
I'm loving his celebrations as well. He's finally scored. He's like this. He's having the best time.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's been deserved brilliance. He's been on top. There's been a couple of big chances, mate. And if I was him, I'd be questioning him 2-1 down in this game. Never mind the 6-1 down on aggregate, because I think Lewitt, it's just harsh. He is making some halftime tweaks here. I will flick back over to Bullions, my lovely, beautiful broadcast partner. And let him do the second half.
This is such a shame for Roy. He had to make 2 changes on the 30-minute mark in this game due to 1 injury to one of his centre-backs and 1 injury up top. There seems to be a goal here, though, for Roy. Those fresh legs early on might have actually helped him. It's going to a VAR check, though.
It'll be disallowed.
3-2 to Roy. Yeah. It has been disallowed. Gormy was correct. I had a feeling it was going to be disallowed. It did look just a little bit off, and it was by a decent distance in the end. But Roy has had to make a couple of changes that you would not have wanted to have had to make, but he's had to make them early. That could come into play later on in the match, as he only has 1 substitute remaining.
Well, Lewitt is basically he's going on full on attack. He's got 2 centre defenders, 1 defensive midfielder, 2 wing backs, and the rest of the players are basically up. He's just hit the post from a corner though, straight in from like 48th minutes. He's raring to go. He does just need to score goals. He needs to convert chances. Can't afford to miss. He's got a lot to do though.
Yeah, we're going into half-time. We are going into half-time at 2-2. It's been a very close game. Goals galore at both ends. It's been brilliant so far. Wildcard is currently winning on aggregate 3-2.
Oh my God, we've got a goal.
It wouldn't surprise me if that changes.
Ooh.
I've got a goal. It's VAR though.
Oh.
It was a goal was struck. A ball was struck into the goalkeeper. He's fumbled it. The ball's gone in. It's been awarded. It's Lewitt 2, Not So Secret 2. Brenner scores his first goal of the tournament.
All to play for.
And he needs 4 more goals to he needs like 6 more goals.
Yeah.
That's a lot of goals. But
Yeah.
I think I'm all out of goals off the Fox Not So Secret match, I'll be honest.
I think this would be the greatest comeback since Fox got that back to 5-all if Luke could do it.
Yeah. Go on, Lewis.
He's going for it, and I like the system that he's going for it with. I just think I think it's too big a mountain now, to be honest.
We have got another highlight though. I think it's going to be from Not So Secret. We'll see as Guzman long ball up. But no. It's for Louis. Louis is here, Brett.
Ball through to Muriel. And Muriel. Oh my, what a dinky do. It is now level on aggregate. Roy up 3-2 in this leg right now.
Go on, Roy.
Roy answering the critics over there, isn't he?
Yes.
Bruno Guimaraes to Louis Muriel.
Well, all I can say is Louis just got to like do damage control, really. See if you can get some goals back so it's less like a bad result. But I do feel like 25 minutes to go, Not So Secret is comfortably into the final.
Yeah.
I would probably agree with that. And that's the kind of situation where I'm just absolutely, I'm sitting in hell for leather. Do you know what? I would rather lose this now, 6-2 on the night of this game, and, 10-2 in aggregate, trying to find a way back in. It's one of those where I would just throw complete caution to the wind.
He's just making lots of changes, though. He's moving players around, trying to find something, I suppose. Maybe confuse Not So Secret's formation, but he's been pretty spot on all tournament. I've had the pleasure of watching all of his games, to be fair, and he's very good, even when he seems to be behind on the stats. He knows what to do right week because we're coming to the closing stages of this game. It's still 2-2. We have got a corner though. A free kick. Whips in. It's headed away by Not So Secret. Martinelli to counter attack perhaps. Pacey, and he's actually mugged off by Bernardo. And maybe this is attack for Louis. Can you win this second leg? Now that would be something to go home pleased about. It might not have got to the final.
Almost put Roy up.
But Martinez now, it's still for Louis. This is a long highlight. I feel like something's going to happen. It's Spencer.
You hold your head up high, mate. Just to
back to Martinez. The ball's whips in. It's cleared away, and that is a long highlight for
being involved, Dash Boy.
Corner whips in though. It's in. Is it in? Oh my word! It's saved off the line.
Ash, keep your head up high, mate. You can hold your head very, very high. You've done brilliant last week and competed very well against an experienced drafter this week, mate.
Yeah, you've done really well, Ash. Congrats to
Took
you.
him to extra time.
Yeah.
Nice one, boys.
Phenomenal
The ball's
game.
in again. This is... Oh, no. I'm not quite sure what happened there. And then this is probably going to be the end of it now. Edison, goal kick. Martinez to Bailey. It's dispossessed by Bradley. It's all over. Louis is sadly out of the competition. It's 8-2 in aggregate. Louis did get the draw here, though.
Knocked out.
Ooh.
Congratulations, mate.
Gabriel Barbosa getting stoned at the near
My bad,
post.
6-2 in aggregate, yeah.
It's your turn to make up the scores now.
Dude. Roy's getting some good opportunities in the second half. Big time.
Massively. This is the most on the ropes I have seen Wildcard the entire evening. I've never seen anyone in any game tonight get as many chances as this, and that is the punishment that you're going to get. Roy has scored, made it 4-2. Roy is currently going through to the final. Wildcard, the first time he's looked on the back pedal, really, and he could be out here.
What a comeback.
Yeah, I think we were saying beforehand that Roy's very experienced at these stage of tournaments. He knows how to grind out results. Like, I genuinely think I've only played him once or twice, and both times I've came out of it scratching my head and going, what in the world could I have done differently to change that result?
Louis with the raid. Welcome in. Commiserations, mate. Massive thanks for getting involved. This is been a mental game again.
Yeah. Just going to say to Louis that Not So Secret just seems to be on another level. Then again, all of his games could have gone either way. The Foxy game, if it had fallen to Foxy, would have gone. But yeah, I agree, Louis. Edison, I don't know why you pick Edison. He's not good on drafts,
for me,
mate.
that opening goal in that game was an absolute killer for him. That back pass from Alexandro. I think Louis has every right to feel hard done by looking at the stats and stuff for the first game. But it was a big mountain to climb in the second game, where I think Luke performed very, very valiantly as well.
Yeah.
I liked the system that he was doing to try and get back into the game, and I don't think this is the last we'll see of Luke at this level of competition.
Oh, definitely not. No.
Riley is literally shoving everyone forward right now. He needs one goal in the 3 minutes left of added time. It's so tense. You can see it on Riley's face at this point. It is so tense here. I mean, I say that Roy looks so calm.
Yeah,
But
Roy
Riley looks the
looks
one panicking.
completely calm. Roy looks completely fine.
Yeah, Roy looks chilling. He's just chatting away to his chat. Like
Roy knows how to
any
win.
other
This
save.
this comment from FMFO: Lewitt Gaming, solid effort, sexy beard.
I like how FMFO doesn't give me and Gormy these same compliments. You know, we were sitting with beards in front of him, and he completely ignored them. It's the last time I offered to take him to a hotel room.
Oh no.
He only says yes to Five Guys.
Penalty review.
Oh no.
Oh, it's a penalty.
Talking of Five Guys, I went to Five Guys the other day, and I went in.
It's a penalty. It's a penalty to Roy. Sorry to cut you off,
Yep.
Don, from your
Yeah,
Five
no
Guys chat, but it's a penalty to Roy. Muriel steps up for his hat trick, and it's
And he
put into
gets
the
it.
back of the net. It's Roy 5, wildcard 2. It's
Wildcard
5-3
done.
in aggregate. I think that's game over. I think we can all agree that's game over at this point. Wow.
Intimidating, apparently.
What a tournament this has been so far.
Yeah. So it was the first time I'd ever been in Five Guys. Now I don't know if this is a standard price in, but I went in and I asked for a cheeseburger and some chips and a juice, and they charged me 18 quid for it.
Damn.
And I'm like, wait, what? There's a McDonald's 2 minutes down the road and they charged me 7 quid, and I got double the size of the burger.
We're still trying.
Straight edge.
Sponsor.
Did you see what Straight Edge said?
Yeah. So we are trying for a sponsor from Five Guys. We've been trying for the last 4 months.
Well, when they're going to charge me 18 quid for some burger and chips, I bloody hope the sponsorship comes with free burgers.
Dude, that'd be over $20 here for a burger and fries.
Yeah.
There ain't no way I'd pay that for a burger and fries.
Is that full time now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, full time. Roy is through.
The worst thing was when I asked if they were putting any dressing on it, like salad or that you had to pay extra. It's like 50 pence for a slice of
You want
lettuce.
anything healthy on it? We're gonna charge you.
Yep. I was just like, yep, no thanks very much.
You want all the salt and cholesterol problems possible? You get that for free.
We've got to charge for like side dips and stuff now. And all our
What
new
was
summons.
the
It's like we
Josh, I love you.
Are we just doing the final the same way we did it last week? Just all jumping in as and when we
Probably.
feel we can add
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. You need to use your contacts in Pizza Game for sponsorship.
Yeah, Mr. Pizziella. You can do it.
Well, going into the final, obviously, Roy versus Not So Secret. Roy drafted in the 3rd position and Not So Secret drafted in the 5th position. So you've got no one that was near those double picks whatsoever. So, I mean, maybe those double picks are a bit cursed today, because it seems like the people in the middle are the ones that maybe having that bit more time between picks gave them the advantage with understanding their squads just that a little bit better. From other people, maybe being able to work out their tactics as they were drafting, rather than having to prepare 2 people at a time. So maybe they had a lot more time to just take that step back, look at their squads in a little bit more depth, and find those exact players that they needed.
I think that's something I prefer with the snake draft compared to, like the randomized order. Not necessarily from a broadcast side of it, but from a player side of it. When you've got the randomized order, you never know when you're going to get that next pick. You're trying to work out where your squad is, where that is. If you need the bathroom, you've got to work out have I already picked this round? Have I not? You know, particularly with like a 90-second timer that, you know, you can't get to the toilet and back in 90 seconds if, you know, it goes pick, and then suddenly it's your pick.
It's quite interesting that all of Don's gone really quiet. He's talking and no one can hear him. Anyway.
I stopped talking about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting that we all predicted Tom and Fox for the finals, and
Hey, I said Roy. I've been backing Roy.
Roy's the only one. Yeah, you're the only one who backed Roy, or one of these.
I had Roy as my second choice. I had Roy and Ash, and at the last second I switched which way I was going.
My original choice was Lewitt.
Thank you for the raid, mate. Welcome to the stream. We are about to play the Road to Legends final between Roy and Not So Secret. Welcome.
Acuna and Verissimo is suspended for Roy as well. Just to catch on that, I'm going to quickly try and see if I can switch and find if Not So Secret is not showing his tactics. I don't know if we've got any suspensions on that end of things.
This has been a good tournament today.
Yeah.
Some very solid games.
Yeah, it's been excellent stuff to watch. Very entertaining. Just like
qualifiers.
Yeah.
Who would have thought Louis Muriel currently is the league leader in goals?
He's a good striker, Muriel. He's not someone that I particularly use just because I don't know how to set him up. But I think if you can get the best out of him, he is probably a very good choice in this pool.
Yeah, he's always been super overpowered in FIFA, so maybe he's finally starting to show that in FM at 30 years of age.
I think he's starting to show in real life as well, because there's been talk over the past couple of years about him getting a big move.
Yeah,
that
Zapata. There we go. I can English. They are a pretty solid duo for Atalanta.
Yeah. I think, but again, it's like one of those other Serie A players, you know, SMS. Everyone loves him in FIFA and Football Manager, but how many of us can realistically say we've watched him have a good game in real life?
Yeah. He's a great player, like no doubt.
Yeah.
But he's always been linked with moves away.
Oh yeah, for the last,
and they still have yet to happen, and it's been happening for at least 4 years.
He's richly been linked to replace Pogba since we signed Pogba. We've now sold Pogba. We've now released Pogba, and we still not replaced him.
I was going to say, you guys didn't sell him. You guys signed him and then let him go for free for a second time. Great business done at Manchester United.
Yeah, but he's injured for like 6 months now, so who cares?
It's still £80 million you spent to have someone standing still in your midfield.
Man, you are just elite at doing business. Overpaying for players like Harry Maguire.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to someone the other day, and I think Man United's biggest mistake was letting Gill and Ferguson go in the same season.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
They should have begged at least one of them to stay for one more year to let them have
Right, so I think we're almost ready for kickoff, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yep.
We are at kickoff, but Not So Secret's regularly paused at the start. I think he's kind of waiting, seeing how the other person sets up, and then
I think he's doing opposite instructions as well, potentially. That's what I've seen a few people doing.
Yeah. So this is not surprising to see again into the game, and then it paused.
Good luck to both finalists.
So, right, guys, quickly before the game starts, I'm going to throw. I'm just going to ping a name at you, and I want you to say who's going to win. Jono?
I'm going Roy.
Gormy?
I'm not saying anyone because whoever I always want to win loses.
Dragster?
Apologies for being the kiss of death, Roy, but I'm going to stick with you.
Don?
I said Roy before the tournament and bottled it and then switched to Ash. I'm going to switch back to Roy and give him the backing.
Well, yeah, I said Roy from the minute we got him in. So Roy.
Oh, stuff it. I'll switch to not so secret then. None of you's going to back him. I may as well back the man.
Oh.
To be fair,
That's,
Gormy, all of us
that's
are
why I'm
picking
not
apart
picking
from
anyone.
Gormy, who's just sitting balancing on top of that fence.
I'm not picking anyone because any time we pick somebody, they lose.
Yeah.
We all picked Tom and Fox. Where are they? I picked Lewitt. He got knocked out.
Yeah. Riley's just came into chat saying, "Watch out for Muriel. He's absolutely
Yeah.
destroyed him." And
Yeah.
I think you were highlighting that before as well, Gormy. You know,
Mm-hmm.
top goal scorer in the tournament so far.
We've got a goal. We've got
He
a
scored.
goal.
Muriel.
Roy has scored.
As we're talking about him,
Wild card with the scouting report, as it happened.
Oh, that's funny.
You don't get scouting reports like that anywhere else, guys.
Hey, we've hit 300 subs. 300
followers.
on-
If it
on
was
Twitch.
300 subs,
On
that'd be
YouTube,
amazing.
man. Yeah. So
300
Roy
followers on
takes the
Twitch. Thanks,
Early
guys.
advantage to Roy.
I always fear when like you announce like you're backing someone, they're gonna get the commentator's curse.
Yeah, I mean, after last week, I kind of fear that as well. But
Oh,
that's a shocker.
Oh no.
Oh my!
almost 1-1.
How did Bruno
He
Enrique
missed
miss
it.
that? How
he
did he
missed.
miss that?
Bremer, who I thought was a very good centre back, just absolutely dwelling on the ball there.
I mean, Roy's going to try and punish him now for it, which, I mean, it would worry me if I was not so secret. Seeing a goal against you so
What a
early and then
miss.
seeing your defenders make a mistake, that would worry me instantly about how the rest of this
I
game
was just about to say that Roy's been playing beautiful
Oh,
passes
my
and his
days.
goalkeeper does that.
Oh, God.
Lucky enough that Raul Jimenez has not
Yeah,
scored.
that's two big mistakes at the back, though, for Roy in the space of a couple of minutes that he's got away with.
Yeah.
You're not going to get many more warning signs like that. I think those strikers of Not So Secrets are eventually going to put the ball in the back of the net. And in the show against Lewis, they're more than capable of doing it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've just seen it. That's horrendous.
Like,
Corner for
I
Roy.
don't know how some of these players can just miss horrendously.
Well, as I said earlier on, I literally watched Gabby Barbosa pass the ball to the goalkeeper. And that's a £40 million striker there, apparently.
Yep.
I mean, Roy's
Oh,
back.
That's a huge chance. Oh!
Bruno puts it
You
wide.
see what I mean? How is he missing?
Like what happened to the Bruno of earlier? Like I don't. He's just gone off. He's gone on holiday.
Yeah, unfortunately for Not So Secret, mischance after mischance after mischance.
Oh,
It's,
how have you missed that?
I mean,
Oh.
that would worry me as a player
Oh.
because you're not going to get
Yeah.
this many chances. If you
He's
put
through a
those
goal.
away,
Oh, it's another big mess.
This time for
This is
Roy.
insane.
This time for Roy with the pull, putting
And
it wide.
Do you know what? Because these shots
Only
aren't
20
even
minutes
hitting
in,
the
and there have been
target.
3 massive misses.
The worst thing is not a single one of them's hit the target, so it skews the stats massively.
You couldn't miss it the first leg.
Roy is dominating possession. 64%.
He genuinely couldn't let. You're completely right.
Like after he's got good possession, good passing completed. Like that's what you need.
Yep.
And the passing has been proper on point. To be fair, apart from that mistake by the goalkeeper, he has been really well. It's this long
Right.
ball to Barbosa's dealt with well by
That's-
Diego Carlos.
That is really well defended, that long ball there, because all Barbosa needs is half a touch there. And
Oh my God!
I'm lost for words.
Yeah,
I'm lost for words.
I'm
Do you know
absolutely
what?
astounded.
Do you remember that GIF years ago where you get the guy that punches his keyboard and starts punching it, and the monitor gets launched across his like his cubicle thing at his work. If I was Not So Secret right now after the first 40 minutes, that's how I would feel watching these strikers.
Dude, Bruno, if I were Not So Secret, I would get Bruno off at half.
Yeah, like I can't. Obviously, I
He
can't
just
see what
put
his rating
2
is, but I'd
shots
take him off.
at the keeper and missed the net horribly twice.
But we've got a ball. Herrera's through on goal. He's injured. He's slotted it in. It's 1-1. It's 1-1.
Wow.
44 minutes gone just before half time.
Just to say something to Gormy there, you're telling about bringing off Bruno Henrique, and I probably don't disagree with that. He's running a 7.5.
How is that? Here, we'll give you a decent rating for playing absolute garbage. Like that's the everyone gets a trophy thing, basically.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
that
Even
goal
though
there
you're
for
playing
Not So
garbage,
Secret,
here's a good rating.
it's hard to say that goal for Not So Secret there is undeserved.
We have
Oh
got
yeah,
one more
they
highlight
definitely
potentially
should be
He's had
level.
so many misses. Yeah.
before half time. Is there some more drama in the tie? The defending a little bit from Royce. It's a bit shaky now.
Go
Yeah.
away this.
The press from Not So Secret has been
Oh,
extremely
he's
strong.
mugged. He's absolutely mugged him off. It's in.
Oh,
Oh, my
what the
word!
heck?
That's an
What the heck,
incredible
man?
goal.
The no-look volley, ladies and
Louis
gentlemen.
Muriel.
The no-look volley.
Let's have a look. Oh,
The Paul absolutely megged him. Absolutely megged him. Pizarro's
He's
been
not
megged
even
off.
facing
What's
the
the
right
goal?
direction.
That's fantastic.
That was unbelievable.
I mean,
Goal
I
of
kind of
tournament.
feel like that animation
goal
is
of
there.
Road to Legends history, I think.
I feel like that animation is there because FM doesn't have a bike animation.
That
But
That was a good
regardless,
laugh.
that is sexy.
That was a beauty.
goal
Of a
deserves
goal.
to win it.
Another
mean-
reason why Roy is looking solid is because he's finally playing Tyler Adams.
Bragstar, got any thoughts on that first half?
To be honest, it's kind of what I expected. Obviously, I'm pretty sure this is a 2-legged final. So,
Is it?
is it?
No.
I mean,
No,
if it is, it
I think
depends
it is.
whether Roy's at home. Because if Roy's at home,
I don't
like,
think it
if
is. I
it's
think it's
a-
one leg.
if it's one leg, I mean, then for me, Roy, it's expected. Roy's very strong competitor. The only thing I would say is that with Not So Secret side just missing chance after chance, for me, that's just a sign that it is. Lewis just put
Oh,
into the chat. So for me, having 2 legs and
Is what
it-
run both legs or just finish
There
it
is
up?
there is definitely a way to turn it off because we did it for the
Yeah.
qualifications, but
Yeah.
We can just
I
end it
do
after one if you guys wanna do that.
no. The question is, do they both know it's second legs? Because that might change things. Perhaps we should tell them in chat. Can we confirm
Yeah.
it's 1 leg or 2 legs?
They would probably
legs,
know
isn't it?
if they look at the schedule, like because
Yeah.
it will come up on their schedule, wouldn't it, in the game? I mean,
Yeah.
it might pay to tell them, but I personally would have
They
seen
know.
that on the schedule bit.
They know.
Okay, cheers. Okay, sound wicked. Thank you, Luke.
Yeah, Louis the host, so he'll be able to feedback for us.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
on Lua, are you right to send us send me the save after the tournament as well? Because I need it for the rankings.
And just let them run both legs then, because if they've prepped for 2
Yeah.
legs,
Yeah.
let's not change the goalpost halfway through a game. As long as Luke doesn't need his bed, because he's hosting.
We are just
And if he
chilling.
does need his bed, Luke, can I join you, mate? Apparently, I need to improve my beard game, and I wouldn't mind sharing the bed with a good beard.
Oh my god.
This is my plan to put Luke off the next time I play him in a draft, by the way.
Tom and Feb's back in Roy. It's a good shout as well because that's who I'm back in. As time is, they're actually really even. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, it's
The
really
shots have been quite even. It is anyone's. Like I said, Not So Secret, very good at changing, tweaking a little thing and
Yeah.
getting back into the game. Who
Yeah,
else
his
have we
press
got?
as that first half went on certainly seemed to get a bit better and a bit more higher up.
The pool now.
The risk with that is
Muriel is
like
through
that.
on goal.
Oh,
That's a
beautiful.
fantastic save by Guzman, but it's been kept alive by Oliveira, so no corner, which is probably even better.
He did indeed bring off Bruno Henrique.
Right, here's McAllister.
That's a penalty.
Oh my God. Alan. No, Atlas, sorry. Is that Alice? Arias, sorry. Has
Arias,
literally
yeah.
just tripped McAllister up.
Absolutely criminal challenge that from Arias. Did he not give away a penalty in the semi-finals as well?
Yeah, Roy just said something about him giving away penalties as Jimenez steps up.
Oh,
He's in the
Oh,
post!
it's a miss.
Wow.
Wow.
Roy doesn't know what to
Wow.
think.
I wish I could have seen what Not So Secret was. Just his reaction to missing that. Wow, that's insane. When it's not your night, it's not your night. Well, when it's not your match, I suppose it's not your match.
Yeah.
It has been.
Was Herrera injured for Not So Secret? I'm surprised he's brought him off because he was his biggest threat.
He was injured. He scored whilst injured.
Yeah,
Well, it was
that makes sense.
orange anyway. It was an
Yeah,
orange
yeah.
injury. So
Yeah, I'm just surprised they brought him off. But if it's orange injury, that makes
also,
sense.
if it is 2 legs and you take him off now, he's probably going to be fine. If he gets injured more, he misses the second leg final.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you.
And his second leg will be at home as well, so he knows
Right.
he'll have the advantage there. And
Roy's
he's gonna
got
need it.
4 yellows here. Does anyone know what his suspension situation was like? Because I know he was struggling with yellows before in the
Yeah, it wasn't
tournament.
great.
If he
You know.
still is,
Well, we
that
are
is
full-time, by
not
the way.
good.
Yeah.
Full time. First leg.
Let's look at the state of these squads.
But 2-1, still nothing to play for.
Definitely.
Yeah, the second leg's crucial now. Like, I know it's the final and it would be crucial anyway, but you know, Not So Secret's got to take he's got to get it in his head. His team got chances, and he's
2
going to get
suspensions.
chances again. He's going to get chances again in the second
And
leg.
2 very important midfielders. But
Yeah.
he can play Nahita Hernandez and Douglas Luiz.
Yeah, but he does have Valicio and Acuna coming back as well.
Dude, why are you taking out Tyler Adams? Don't do that.
Tyler Adams is suspended, mate. Is he not?
No.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm misreading that. Sorry, Gormy. Sorry.
Tyler Adams needs to be in.
Apparently, it's me that needs my bed.
Roy, I'm about to message him and say, get Tyler Adams in. Tyler Adams helped set up that freaking wonder goal.
Yep.
Roy's actually got quite an interesting set piece routine here. It's very different from what you typically see in PvP. But I also like that in a sense because people aren't going to then be marking in the same way that they would.
Yeah.
Because, you know, typically you mark one way for PvP because everyone does 1 or 2 things. And if you see that the opposite of what you're doing, you quickly have to switch. But Roy's tactics very, very different. I don't think it's the same quick switches you would normally make. That said, I don't know if he's got much of an aerial presence there. I don't know what Bremer and Verissimo's like in the air. Barbosa and Muriel obviously aren't the tallest either.
Verissimo's pretty solid. Bremer's a little shorter, I think, than he is.
Yeah, I thought that as well.
So,
Just so the finalists know as well, we'll get you both in the call as well. The runner-up and the winner after the final. See how you think your tournament went.
Lots of changes for Not So Secret as well. 3 changes going into this game. Both strikers dropped for the second leg. I don't know if that's forced or not, though. And it also looks like Not So Secret's got defensive problems because he's got Michael Bradley playing at centre back. Both Diego, it
that's
looks
not
like
good.
it looks like both Militao and Carlos are suspended because both of them have fallen out, and you're not dropping either of them in a final unless you have to, are you?
No.
If Michael Bradley
Yeah.
is playing as his center back the entire game, Roy needs to exploit that to the max.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would literally, if I was Roy, I'd literally be setting my striker to man mark him and mark tighter. Roy's just spotted it as well. He's just highlighted that Bradley's there because he's just hovered over him. I've not got sound on.
Bless me, guys. Bloody hell.
I mean,
Yes,
I don't
bless
think
you.
I would feel good
That's she.
if I was to win a final. I mean, I wouldn't care, but I don't think I'd feel good about it long term if it was a mistake by Michael Bradley playing centre back that won me the final.
It's really interesting with all the different scores, the different comebacks, the suspensions, and it's all led to a final with even more suspensions in it.
Yeah.
And they've all been like all the suspensions we've seen have been the entire defensive line at every time.
Yeah,
Like we've not seen just like one.
yeah.
or two.
You
Typically,
you
see
don't
one
see
or
a
two.
winger
Yeah.
like you don't see a winger getting a red card or anything.
Which is
Yeah.
like your whole back line.
Yeah, but what I mean is normally you'll see one or two of your defensive line getting suspended at once, whereas we've consistently seen 3+ in one goal throughout
Yeah.
this tournament. There's Michael Bradley just
Muriel's
switching
through.
up already.
And Guzman saves it. A minute played, and Roy
Oh.
almost went 1-0 up.
To be fair, actually watching that back did actually feel maybe a bit harsh. Michael Bradley, he's basically 3 players on him.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if when Michael Bradley is clearing the ball, he clears it into his own shin. So
I mean, you have goalkeepers that do that across there, don't you? I've seen that clip.
or when they throw it out, they throw it into their the back of their defender's head and it bounces back over him and in.
It has been all Roy this first 12 minutes.
Yeah. There's a massive thanks to everyone who's been involved.
That's a
Last
Bremer's gone down in the box. Penalty, Roy. It's going to VAR, but it's a penalty, I'm telling you.
They're always penalties. Unless they're literally
Yeah.
outside the box, they're always penalties.
I believe it was Michael Bradley that gave it away as well.
Well, it's Barbosa. And he scored.
He slots it.
The best penalty taker on FM.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I was saying, massive thanks to everyone who was involved. If you were involved last week with qualifiers, massive thanks. That was really fun. The panel, Gormy, Bragster, Don, Bullions as always. Massive thank you. You've all smashed it, and yes, and thanks to all the managers who were in the finals. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, some amazing
no.
games.
Yes, and I think Roy will be our champion unless we have a last minute change
Oh!
Martinelli's at the post.
I tell you what, Not So Secret must feel really hard done by
Yeah.
a lot of these big chances.
We have a free kick though.
Was that
He's
another
at the
penalty?
post. He's at the post.
here.
It's not. I seen someone going down in the box and was just waiting on the ref blowing for it again.
Just back-to-back post shots there from either side. If
Just
anyone's... Sorry, carry on, Gormy.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, if anyone's going to get Not So Secret into this game, it will be Martinelli, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think looking at the stats, and we've seen the highlights, Not So Secret has to make some changes. Roy is incredibly on top here.
Yeah.
And that's another goal as well. It might be this
Yeah.
other goal.
Yeah, If a player celebrates and their arms up, it's a good goal.
I mind you
That's
saying
how
that
you
last
can
week,
tell.
actually.
Yeah.
Um,
See, goal
But-
awarded.
I think right now, this is an extremely one-sided half. Roy
Yeah.
obviously improved in the second leg in the semi-finals, and we're seeing the same again here.
Yeah.
Well, Tom is in Roy's chat and has literally
Yeah.
called him champion, my goat. So Tom's
All I
already-
know is Roy needs to put Tyler Adams on, give him the captain's armband so that he can lift the trophy.
The winner will be getting a print from
Well,
our
I
new
must say,
partners. The winner will be getting a print from our new partners at the FM Hub. Make sure you check them out. They're doing a lot of good work
what
for the
a
community at the
challenge.
moment.
oh my god, it's a corner.
That is an unbelievable tackle.
I just think that like being 2-0 up is one of the most dangerous leads to have in FM. Because
definitely, yeah.
I hate being 2-0 up because the game always throws something at you.
Yep.
But Nazi
Yeah.
Secret needs 3 to put it back to extra time.
I don't know if that was Verissimo or Bremer that made that challenge, but that is a game-winning challenge, that one.
Half time, it's 2-0 to Roy. 4-1 on aggregate.
To be fair, Luke, that's how I feel like anytime I play you that I need to use all my luck to beat you. So I would take that as a compliment, my friend.
I presume Not So Secret is trying to make some tactical changes to get himself back into this game.
Also, a massive shout out to everyone who applied. Make sure you apply it next season. It was massive. The best thing of this season I saw was 2 newcomers to draft rankings to get to the final with some really hard qualifiers they were, and 2 for newcomers not in ranked competitions to get to the final. It was massive. That was my favourite part of the season so far.
Yeah, and then to get Luke to extra time today
Yeah,
as well. You know, it's a very, very strong performance from Ash on his what is essentially his drafting
Yeah.
debut.
yeah.
To be fair, Sean, Jono was supposed to also wear a suit and he bailed to wear his Road to Legends.
It's better.
merchandise.
I'm wearing branding.
Are you not supposed to wear a suit as well, Billions?
I've got a bloody tie on. It's too hot to wear a suit jacket, all right? Fair play to Bragster. He pulls off a beautiful coloured suit, so I'll allow him, but it's too hot.
But I'm the only one with branding on.
Yeah. To be fair, I did say I was going to bring my dressing gown again, and I took that off after the first half of the draft because I was sweating buckets.
Yeah, I'm the only one with the proper branding on. Look.
All right, you don't need to show off. Michael Bradley has been subbed off.
Is Gormy on mute? Because I couldn't hear him speak then, but it looked like he was talking.
No, yeah, I was on mute.
Oh, okay, nice.
Gonna have some late drama here.
Because I'm also having to do stuff off to the side.
Gabby
So-
to the
Oh.
pool, and that is it. Rodrigo the pool
I
makes
tell
it
you what,
3-0.
for all the criticism that Bragster gave Gabby Barbosa, I know he's not scored a huge amount of goals, but it's stuff like that he's done so well. You know that.
Yeah, he's gotten a couple assists. So
Yeah, he's been a brilliant sort of secondary striker for Roy.
Yeah, I did not expect Gabriel Barbosa to do that. Like, at least the few times I've seen him in draft mode, I've not seen him be this clinical. I don't know whether that is just like the draft pool situation, or maybe Not So Secret knows how to get the best out of him. But this is the most lethal I've seen Gabriel Barbosa in a draft. So, I mean, fair play to him. Prove me wrong. That's all you need to do is prove the panelists wrong.
For 40 million, you expect goals and
Yeah.
assists, and Barbosa's definitely done that for Roy.
Yeah. But I think
It's
his
odd.
hold-up play has been phenomenal as well. You know, when the ball's gone up, he's kept the ball, looked after it. You know, there was a situation in the game where he had 9 men against Tom, and Tom
Yeah.
was going on, and it just got launched up to Barbosa. And instead of turning and running the way most strikers in FM do, he's went back and he's looked for the support.
Oh,
That's
Tomorrow-
one thing that we all need to keep in mind, us on the panel and the viewers. Roy was down to 9 men in the first round.
With
And
30
he's-
minutes to play as well.
Yeah, he is in the final now.
And Barbosa's in the penalty area again. He's
And
just
passed
passed
it to
it to the goalkeeper. Well done, mate. We'll take it back. Take it back. Bragster was right.
tomorrow as well. We'll get out some awards
Oh,
for like top goal scorer, top assists,
if that's onside, that's fantastic goal.
best newcomer, stuff like that. We'll get some awards out tomorrow for the
VAR,
tournament.
it is disallowed anyway. Palomino's fantastic strike. Lots of disallowed VAR decisions.
That is tight, by the way.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that from a different angle.
That was one thing I was lucky with in my games today. I didn't have to deal with offsides a whole heck of a lot. I don't
Yeah,
even think
quite
the
a few.
game that Bragster and I did, we had to deal with that. I think maybe one.
ball in again, and that is, I don't know what the goalkeeper's doing, but it's Muriel again. It's 4-0.
We have seen some shocking goalkeeping today.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Absolute
what I
shocking.
get for my goalkeepers every time I draft. Is
Yeah.
that
That is, what is that?
Like,
that's
he's,
what was he doing?
he's not even in the right postcode, is he?
Uh,
It's like he's taking a bus to defend something that was. I don't even know. He's gone on a bus to try to get on a plane. That was a terrible analogy by me, but I knew what I was trying to say. He's trying to go for Britain to the States and he's taking a bus. That's what I was trying to say.
It's just like, you just can't find shots on target. Not so secret. I don't know what's happened to his players. Perhaps it is just Roy is the better person, clearly.
Yep.
But
Like,
Eusebius,
certainly
Martin
in
heads
this
in the
game.
ball. Again, over the bar. Nothing on target, and that's the problem.
Roy has controlled the second leg again. You know, I mentioned it earlier on. He improved massively in the semi-final, second leg. Obviously, he's had to hold on against Tolman, managed to do that in the quarter. But he's improved out with that. He's improved the second leg every single game.
What
Regardless
is he
of
like? 72 minutes gone. He's on 90% of pass completion. That wins you games. That
Yeah.
alone wins you games.
Yeah.
And his defense have been solid. All of his players are like over 7. Like his whole team has just been very solid this whole tournament.
Yep.
Yeah. I do feel a bit sorry for Not So Secret that he's had to have so many defensive changes in a final.
yeah.
But he's
Yeah.
got a chance here, and
Another
Wow.
huge challenge there.
Oh,
From
the defenders.
and that's
just
it. That's
really
the
well.
advantage what Roy's got is he has natural centre backs that are going to throw themselves in there. Not So
There's a
Secret.
chance
doesn't
here.
have
That's
that.
a great save. That's a fantastic save by the goalkeeper.
You know, I've said it twice now with huge challenges at key moments. Not So Secret's not had that, and a big part of that I think for me is the fact that he's having to make do with players out of position to centre back.
Yeah, no, it's. Then again, he's. Don't know what he's done now, but he has overtaken Roy in the shots taken, which.
Yeah.
He's trying, but it's a little too late, really.
Yeah, I mean he
He's
does
made
that.
it. It's his hat trick. Is
Yeah,
that his hat trick? That's
Another one.
5. In the words of DJ Khaled, another one.
Muriel is also on 10 goals for the tournament in 6 games.
Yeah, he's won in the tournament. This is absolutely class. And as Sean C has said in his chat, this is a demolition job.
I get when you're looking at the stats, you're seeing that 2.14.
Oh no, sorry, it's not Muriel hat trick. I take it back. He scored 2 goals.
Apologies, bro. I thought it was as well.
That's it.
When you're looking at the
Congratulations.
XG,
Roy.
Not So Secret will feel a bit hard done by there because without the penalty, it's very close on XG there, and he's lost 5-0. But I do feel, particularly in the first half, Roy was incredibly on top.
Massive congratulations, Roy. You are Road to Legends Season 3 FM22 champion. We'll get you both in the call in a minute for a little discussion. I've sent you both the link.
While you are getting them in, I'm going to take a quick toilet break again because I've got the bladder the size of a peanut.
Yeah.
Time FM, up the Roy.
So we will switch to that. So I've sent them both an invite to the call. Try and get
phenomenal tournament today.
We're in the final 7-1 and aggregate. It's so comfortable as well.
Yeah.
Smashed it.
It's very impressive. Very,
GG's
very
Roy.
impressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm just
massive
announcing it on
congrats.
Twitter.
Yeah, we'll just wait for the people to come in the chat and we will try and get Not Secret. If you're watching Not So Secret, we'll get you in first. I've sent you the link and then we'll get in Roy after that. I've sent you both the link.
No, that was a mightily impressive performance by Roy there. Like, Not So Secret will feel hard done by his players. They just kept missing chance after chance. Like, his system was clearly working to some degree because he just kept getting chances against Roy. But when you waste so many chances, especially in that first leg, like, there's almost no way back. I mentioned it when we were watching the first leg. You know, in that position, I'd be worrying. There's a reason for that, is because once your players keep missing, that just keeps on going. It does not stop, especially when you're playing good opposition. And, I mean, Roy just absolutely punished him for missing those early few chances. And then from there was no way back.
Yeah, Louis Muriel was key in those two games as well. He was absolutely unbelievable. Like, that is definitely a player that I think everyone will be on notice now if they have a pool like this, or just any pool in general that involves South America. William Muriel is definitely a player you should
The champ with the raid. The champ has raided in with a party of 15. Massive congratulations, mates.
Well done again to Roy. That was unreal performance by him all done.
Absolute domination in the final.
And we'll get Roy indeed.
We'll get Roy in first as he's in call, and then we'll try and get the runner-up in after that as he's here. So, welcome, Roy. You are the Road to Legends Season 3 champion. How do you feel?
Great. It was quite an experience to get here, but I don't think I've ever had such an exhilarating tournament run as this has been. Going to 9 men in the quarterfinals and then still pulling out a mental shithouse win. Then going to the semis, having a very tough game with Bruno Grimares at centre back, and then somehow pulling back from that. And then, well, this sadly Not So Secret had the same thing happen that happened to me in the semis, where they had to put, I think it was Michael Bradley at centre back.
So many suspensions in the tournament, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, what was
said it
your
on Twitter
mind when those 2 red cards happened against Tom? Because I'd have been absolutely bricking it at that point. It's no quick one after the other as well.
From all of the people, I didn't know how a lot of the other people played, so I didn't know what to expect. I definitely knew how Tom played, and that I was quite scared to face him. I said it before everything even started, and then from all the people, I had to face him straight off the first game. I was bricking it already then. Then that first card happened. I thought, okay, we'll go a bit more defensive. Not too defensive. I'll still keep my tactic in place, but pull a few rolls back and stuff. And 4 minutes later, a second one happened. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have center backs anymore, so I was just rolling with it and praying. It was just a Hail Mary from that point on.
Yeah, and I said it on Twitter as well. You've also got the best shirt of any of the managers who's drafted today. That
love that jersey.
That IH shirt is beautiful.
I agree. It's the best kit I've ever owned, and one of
I saw it
one
last
of the
year, I
best
wanted
kits
it.
I've ever seen.
Yes. So, what did you think of the draft pool when you saw it?
I was on one side. On one side, I was a little bit worried because I do have a few American mods that could help me out, and then I realized none of them are here. So, but on the other side, I think you know that we do our own private little monthly thing,
Yeah.
and I have one of those where the pool was literally South Americans age 28 or higher. So I knew quite a few old South Americans I could draft already that would be quite good and quite cheap. So it was a mixed feeling.
Yeah, I
Did
mean,
you-
if you look at that final, obviously we're not so secret. It looked, if you look at the scoreline on its own, it looks like a comfortable victory, but it was far from it, wasn't it? Like those few chances early on, especially for not so secret, like missing those early chances. Did you feel like you had to change anything, or were you literally hoping that none of them would go in the back of the net?
Against Tom, I didn't really change much until those red cards. Against Ralster, I was really worried, especially in that first game, and I was so happy it only stayed 1-0 in that first game. So I didn't change much there. But in the final, I wasn't as confident, and I actually had to pull out something that is basically the Hail Mary of this tactic to get a lead in that, because otherwise I don't think it would have ended the same way.
Did you have a setup and tactic you had in mind to use for the draft specifications, or?
Oh, yeah, I couldn't use anything other than the tactic I've beaten Billions multiple times with.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you, I mentioned it in commentary a few times, through all the sort of legs, and I'm going to include even your game against Tom, up until the red cards, you seem to improve from on the second leg from the first leg every single time. Were you adjusting tactics to the opponents at that point, or was it just,
Weirdly, no. I was just adjusting to suspensions and injuries. I did, for the second leg in the final, listen to a friend in chat that I completely scrapped my corner tactic because it's not working. It hasn't been working for a while, so I just put it to default. And then he just told me, don't change anything, just drag two people. Doesn't even matter who they are. Just drag two people to near post, and then the really close near post, and that's all I changed. And I think I scored like 2 corners or 2 pens from corners or something. So that seemed to work out.
I think like what I saw from your games, especially the second leg of the final, is you like go in most of the match with 90% passing completion. Something like that wins you tournaments. I said that earlier. I think you kept the ball incredibly, really well. Always seemed to have more possession as well. And especially for the last couple of matches, your defense was solid. Apart from, especially, I think it was the the final, where you were passing really well, and then the goalkeeper made the odd mistake, but luckily you didn't concede. But overall, the passing was good, the possession was great.
I was so lucky that I wasn't 4-1 down in that first leg, because Bruno Henrique should have scored a hat-trick there, and they missed 3 enormous chances back to back to back. That kept me in it. Otherwise, I would have been down for the count already.
Now, with Luis Enrique, Gabriel Barbosa, did you think that Luis Muriel, my bad, Luis Muriel would pop off like he did, and then Gabriel Barbosa would kind of be the assist man?
No, Luis Muriel was a pure panic pick.
Really?
I was pick 3. I was so confident with pick 3 I was gonna get to Duvan Zapata that I didn't think about any other pick ones. So
Yeah.
when Duvan Zapata got picked, right below him was Louis Muriel. He has worked for me in FM21. I never used him in FM22, not in drafts at least. So that was a pure panic pick. And from there on out, I just did whatever popped up on my screen when it was my pick.
That
Regarding
is probably the best panic pick I've ever seen.
regarding Gabriel Barbosa, have you got any words for Bragster, who downright said that it was the bad decision to pick him?
Did say that.
That was really late into the draft, and I had quite a bit of money to spend still. So we were looking at Gianluca Lapadula, which is a nice budget pick, but I had over 30 mil to spend, and the guy is 3 mil. So we were looking at a lot of different picks, and we just ended up on Gabriel Barbosa. The man can play a lot of different striker roles. He can also go to the right if you really need him to, if I wanted to switch to a wide formation. So that was kind of the thought process behind that, because then I could play either Junior Messias or Rodrigo De Paul on the left.
I think that was something that Gormy picked when you were selecting, particularly with Tyler Adams, who Gormy obviously knows quite well, was that versatility. And I think you had a number of players. You had Edson Alvarez, who's very good at that as well, can play almost anywhere down the centre of the park. Was that your thinking with a number of picks, was to have that tactical versatility?
Yeah, I was talking with 2 people in my chat were mainly going back and forth about certain players, and we were talking a lot about versatility. Also, Rodrigo De Paul being able to play an attacking role in the center midfield if necessary, going wide. Edson Alvarez was supposed to be my right center back until we found out I had way too much money to spend, and we went back to getting better center backs. We looked for a lot of versatile players. Yeah.
Yes, and next, do you think you're going to defend your title next season when you come back?
You never know. It depends on who you ask to join me.
Right, yes, he will. Okay, he will. I've seen him in that Club Shop Cup. I might as well not play next time on it with him, because I know who's going to win. I know he's going to knock me out anyway.
Yeah.
Can you make sure?
Can you make round as well?
It's about
sure that Billions joins.
It's about time that someone defended that title, because we haven't had it yet.
Yeah, that was something that both me and Bullion had said before coming into this as well. I think a lot of people that watch a lot of the draft ranking competitions might not necessarily know who you are, because a lot of what you do draft wise is the Club Shop Cup and unranked practice and stuff. And me and Bullions, who have been in the ranks scene for a fair while now, off camera, me and him both went, Roy's got to be one of the favourites for this, because we both know what it's like to play against you. And that was meant as the biggest compliment you can get. You probably are unknown to a lot of people, but to the people that have played you, we knew you weren't going to be an easy game for anyone.
Yeah, it's just it's rough for people to know, because I don't stream a lot. I stream these kinds of things, but I don't stream on the regular, so it's rough for people to know, because I'm therefore not joining a lot of streamed drafts as well, or at least not getting invited yet. but yeah, we've played around 20 Club Shop Cups now, and there's been quite a few different champs, but somehow I've been the only one to defend, to actually get back-to-back wins so far.
I need to get involved.
Then you do that twice.
Yeah, exactly.
I need to get involved in one of them.
And I think the game that I played against you is the only time that I've walked away. Other than the time that I played Coinbird, I think you and Coinbird are the only two people that I've walked away from a game and gone, I don't think there's anything I could have done to have changed that game the way that I would play it and to get a different result, And that, when I seen your name for this pool, I was like, that's going to be scary if you bring that level of performance, and you have brought that today, I think.
Yep.
I was just worried because, like a lot of people, didn't know how I played, like what could happen. I had the same feeling with a lot of other people that were playing today. So I just didn't know what to expect, really. Turned out well.
Yeah. And yeah, massive thanks for coming on, mate. We will see you next season. Anything else you want to say?
Just to say before you go, I believe you win a print. Am I right?
Yes,
Jono?
yes. You'll get a print. We got a new link with the FM Hub, so they will provide you a print. I'll get in contact with you and sort that out for winning the competition.
Obviously, you get an invite for next season as well, boy.
Print can join the stack.
Yeah, I was gonna say it definitely needed like a champion to beat Not So Secret because he played really, really well.
Crazy games.
Like the game against Fox, the second leg was unreal. Like to watch it was unreal. Even to watch, like it was so close. But he's a very good drafter, and like I said, he needed someone who was obviously going to win it to beat him, which was you. So congratulations, man.
I reckon that before we speak to Not So Secret, I reckon that game with Fox was the best game in Road to Legends history, probably. What we've had. That was such a good game.
It was so back and forth, and there was a while where Fox and Box was like maybe 3-1, 4-1 down, but to get it to 5-5 is incredible.
Yeah. So yes, massive thank you, mate. As I say, I will DM you in the next few days, and we'll sort the stuff out. So speak to you later, mate.
Yeah, thank you
very much. Yeah, thank you, and excited to join next season.
Yeah, thank you.
See you then,
Have
buddy.
a good night.
Congratulations, bud.
Congrats once again, bud.
Hello, Not So Secret.
Evening, lads. How you doing?
Hello.
Good
Jade.
Commiserations, mate. You smashed it.
To be honest, I'm really, really pleased with how the evening's gone. I mean, you're probably one of the only tournaments that would give me the opportunity of, playing against someone like Fox in the Box. That's probably made my night before I've even played. And then obviously to have such a great game with him. Looking back, I was 2-1 going into that second leg of the final, and I was decimated with injuries. It would have been interesting to see if I'd have had a full length, but that's all part of it, right? Squad management.
Yeah.
But I've had a fantastic evening.
I think I highlighted that in the final was there was 2 chances you had where Roy's defender made last-ditch challenges that were a pinpoint. And I said, I wonder how different this would be if you'd had centre backs able to do that instead of sort of like having the makeshift Michael Bradley. I can't even remember who you brought on there at half time. The
first leg. I mean, Bruno Henrique must have had 3 or 4 like very good chances. Like he was clean through, and he's just he's a very good value pick, but unfortunately, he's not going to give you that clinical finishing like Muriel is.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on the moment Foxy made it 5-5. How, the emotions going through must have been a bit insane.
Yeah, it was. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm not really overly emotive when I'm playing in terms of I try and keep a very, very cool head, almost playing the game rather than, I think if you let emotions get the better of you, it'd been very easy for me to kind of go too much in terms of I kind of literally solidified what I was doing more and kind of effectively went more to balanced actually, just to try and kind of see if I could, because I thought he would be going for it and hopefully get him on the counter, and it kind of played out well, but it could have gone either way.
Yeah. And what did you think of the draft specifications when you saw it for the?
To be perfectly honest, I've done. I am all about probably a lot about prep just as a person. So I had like a big shortlist, which is literally based around what players I want, but there's a certain criteria where they'll always be the same. So their attributes will always be the same. So to be perfectly honest, I had a 600 deep shortlist that then become 100 because of your draft pool, which then made it a bit easier. So I was very specific about what I wanted. But it was very interesting. To be fair, I like drafts, an unlimited world pool. It's been done to death, right?
Yeah,
we wanted to do something different, like qualifiers. We did like Australia and stuff like that. We just wanted to be different. I know a lot of people complained about it, but they complained about it because they didn't know the players of the pool.
Yeah,
Like you, I just said, I love unlimited world pool. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Get Haaland first time, win a tournament all the time, but it can get a bit tedious.
Yeah.
So we just wanted to
I
try
agree.
something different this year, and on a whole, I think it worked. I'm glad people have enjoyed it. Like, especially like last week, seeing Ash Boy's face, just it was.
That just made it for me. See, the only reason I kind of draft is because I run the FM Draft Diary account, so I'm aware of all the different drafts going on.
Make sure you check them out as well, guys. Do a lot of work.
I've basically been in a lot of drafts with Ash Boy because he joins in the Gary Miller ones, and to see that is actually what all of this is about. People playing each other and people, in the community, him having the opportunity and me having the opportunity to play people like Tom, Fox in the Box, like probably for you, that is a niche that really is something that not many tournaments can actually give people. So I'm very grateful to have been part of it.
Can't tell you how often Jono has mentioned the fact that we've had 2 people from the showdown on. Obviously, it is big for us because we're trying things. But I just quickly want to throw it over to Gormy or Bragster. Have you got anything to say to Not So Secret at all?
I think the shortlisting idea that he has is genius. I think that a lot more people should do that. I think that it would make drafting easier for them. So take notes from Not So Secret, because that is a genius way to just know what type of style you want to play, what you're going to expect from yourself within these tournaments as well.
I would completely back that up as well. That's the first time I've heard of anyone shortlisting. I was going to ask the exact same question, to be honest with you, Gormy. That's the first time I've heard of someone shortlisting like that. Most people that I talk to in drafting communities are very much, let's get the step, let's prep it, and the tournaments that give out the step very, very last minute, they then tend to struggle with, whether you've been able to take a step that a lot of people will struggle on today and take that in your stride because you're already prepped with it because of your world pool shortlist.
And also I think for me it doesn't really matter what kind of stipulation you'd throw into it. Basically the attributes that I'd look for would be exactly the same. The only difference would be the level would be probably that little bit lower if it was a kind of a very unique or far out there pool. But it's basically just playing the numbers game. I know it sounds very clinical, but that's what it is.
It's smart. That's what it is. It's very smart.
Thank you.
You got anything to close us off with, Bragster, before we go?
No, just you played an incredible game throughout the entire night. I know things didn't quite work out in the final, but sometimes FM has a very cruel way of showing its love to people. And it seemed to do that tonight. Just very unlucky. I think on literally any other given day, that final would have been very, very different. But well done for all the other games. You played really, really well tonight.
Thanks ever so much, guys, for having me. If someone had said to me before the tournament I'd get to the final, I'd have bitten their hand off. So I'm really pleased to have been part of it. So thank you ever so much.
It's a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to watch you.
Have you. Hopefully see you soon.
Take care, guys. Thanks a lot.
See you soon. See you soon.
Bye.
Thank you, dude.
So that is this season up and done with. So I just want to say some massive thanks to everyone. Thanks to Bragster for coming in today as a new commentator. I hope you enjoyed it, mate. And thanks to the team. GYI from in the background as well. Me, Gormy, Billions, Don. We put a lot more work into the production side of this season. I'm knackered. I know the team's put a lot in this season to make it. We want to go for that spot below the playoffs and trying to get that third spot for the competition. So we really appreciate all your support. I'm sure the rest of the team will back me up on that. Massive thanks for Don jumping in the team now as well. We will announce stuff for the next season in the next month or so.
Yeah, we'll try and get it out as soon as possible.
I might step back for a month, so I might be in the background for a month because I've got some other stuff coming on, but I trust the team to let it run properly.
Big shout out to
It's like-
Gormy as well, who's done all of like the video graphics and stuff for us.
Oh,
Just
they've looked
those
so
have been
good. They've
looking
looked
great,
so
yeah,
good.
So thank you, Gormy.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah. So, if anyone's got anything else to add,
It's been an absolute blast doing this. I mean, last week the tournament was great. Getting the final, having 2 first-time like competitive drafters, getting to the final, and then Ash Boy was able to really give Lewitt a game. I mean, being able to have Tom FM and Fox in the Box coming back for this,
yeah,
I mean that was really fun as well. And I mean, just being able to see all these different people from the drafting community and see how they compete and see their different strategies. I mean, not so secret. That is something that I have never heard of people doing, and is very, very smart.
that was
So
very interesting. Yeah,
wouldn't be surprised if more people try and start doing that, because it'll give them an edge. So yeah, I've really, really enjoyed last week's tournament. Really enjoyed this week's tournament as well. Really enjoyed being able to commentate with all you, especially Bragster and Don. Haven't really gotten to do much with you guys, but it was an absolute blast.
Yep. Yeah, and thanks to everyone else. We will see you soon, guys. I'm going to play the trailer with the music, and then we will raid over. I've got a raid in mind, so make sure you stay for the raid. Show your love, and
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising on just you watch. And to fade, there is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made.